Oh hey, Eternal Dragon, thank you for the raid. I'm still getting ready. Oh, that was so prompt. Thank you. I appreciate it. I could start a little early. I'm already here. Thank you so much. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? It's me. And hello to everyone else as well. Brucey, 10 FPS, Fleece, Drax, Beef Squatch, Ryan Beast Gamer, Tender Madness. Cat tearing apart my mattress and blanket? What are you doing? Thank you so much, I appreciate it. Anyway, what'd you get up to? Anything cool today? Any new builds? Any new discoveries? Hey Jack, how are you? Oh, side note, 10 FPS. Thank you again for that loot luck science you did. I've been spreading info of that, and it's been very, very useful. Hey Lazy, how you doing? It's mildly sunny and a slightly warm weather. You really just took the opportunity to fuck with me, didn't you? It is surprisingly dark here right now, and just not pleasant out there. I just went outside to take out cat litter. What is wrong with them today? They're being rather extra. Hey Kitty, how you doing? Higgy Britt, how are you? You asked? I did ask. That's fair. So funny story. It's just out of frame. You can see if he walks over this way. But I was just sitting here at my desk last night. I was about to go start working on dinner, and this cat, not this one, the other one, he just from across the room sprints as fast as he possibly can, throws his entire body into my PlayStation, and just sends it into the wall. I don't use the thing, so I'm not mad. It's just like a PS4 I got in 2018 that I haven't booted up in about 2 years. But he honestly just slammed it into the wall. I don't know if it works, but it was a loud impact. Interesting day. Interesting day. That damn fish toy. Sorry, I'm so distracted by them being ridiculous today. But Jack, thank you for gifting us up to 10 FPS. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Try doing one for gas bunnies. I have in-game data, but the expected drops don't line up, so I'm waiting till I'm 100% sure. I appreciate the scientific approach. It makes for good info. I'm filmed the Cryomancer build. Ooh, that sounds cool. Was 80 degrees and then got hit with a massive thunderstorm. Now it's 40. Yeah, it's probably about 40 here. Yeah, I'm not too far from you, so. Try the saw blades yet? Yeah, I have one I've been messing around with. They're okay. They're okay. I'd want very specific parts for it to be better than the eruption spell I have, but it's not a bad shout. It's not a bad shout. You know, am I even worthy? Of course. Of course. The question is, am I worthy? And I try to be. Updated Ice Akimbo to V2. Languished with the cooling nerf. Now I can do the raid run in about 3-4 minutes. Love triple ice spikes. Very nice. Very nice. Jack, yes. Yes. Okay, so, today, I want to farm for some gear for a few builds. We're going to use the poison build, which is what you see there. If you missed me playing on a stream yesterday, it's using the parts of Stabomancer's tree that aren't bad. So we'll get into that. I also have my my ricochet flak-like build, and a couple other setups I haven't played in a few days. I haven't played my my chucking Spore Warden in a bit. Maybe I do that. We're gonna farm for some gear. I want some specific armor rolls, and when I want to make new builds, I tend to just like look at the drops I get and see if there's anything I can do with that, and wait for inspiration to strike. I was messing around with some pet build concepts last night, and full disclosure, didn't really pan out. Making pet builds that are not revolving around pixies and shrikes is kind of difficult. So I'm still experimenting in that department. So anyway, let's get into it. I've had it proc melee stuff, I think. No, you haven't. You have not had it proc melee stuff. It does not. It is a spell. It has absolutely no connection with melee at all. It's just like... Non-inferior pet builds tough but a fun challenge. They do need the pet wyvern buff though. I don't do a big one with Fire and Clawbringer. Firebringer, we'll see where it goes. Isn't every Clawbringer already kind of a Fire Clawbringer? Cursed run. Let's go.
Good luck.
Just got on work. Nice, Nightbot. Nice. Thanks, Snake Stick. I love seeing a Snake Stick Hydra just place a dot that one-ticks an enemy. Like, it's not particularly difficult for it to do, but it's still fun to look at. Just heads up, audio's fine. There's a large volume disparity between your intro scene and game scene and your voice. Oh. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'll have to fix that. I was having mic issues one stream. And, I corrected it on one scene but not the other. Thank you, Lazy. Want to see a good poison build? Glad I got off work early to catch the stream. Hey, happy to have you here, Dr. Roxo. Oh, you needed Spore to make a pet build worthwhile? The thing about that is, Spore Warden doesn't provide much to a pet setup beyond the raw stat of companion damage. Sure, you get Wrath of Nature as well, but it's just those two things. Clawbringer provides a lot of buffs to the Wyvern specifically. Graveborn gives you more pets that can spawn, and gives you more damage for having more sources of damage. So, like, Graveborn seems to be the shoo-in, and Clawbringer has the best individual pet. But getting those to work well together still isn't exactly straightforward. It's a little complicated. Like, Spore Warden doesn't do much for pets. Beyond, it's got 2 skills that give large amounts of companion damage, but you can still get companion damage on your ring slot. You can still get it through an amulet. It's like, eh. Throw the Hunt's 90% companion damage, honestly, I'm tempted on Spore. Yeah, it's a big number. I'm just kind of hesitant because you could just put on companion rings. And there's not that many passes that would help you in a companion build, so you could just wear rings. And a revive. The pet revive is nice. Pet revive is nice. Can't lie about that. Something that I am interested on in a pet build, though, is kind of a half meme. But what if you ran Cleansing Flames to heal all your pets? And if you did opt to go the Spore route, you could just use Cleansing Flames to revive the Mushroom if it ever goes down. Mushroom play more than me, to be honest. If you can get the Mushroom taunt in like an advantageous position, something I like doing is parking a Fortifying Sigil on him, because that will also heal him. If you can get him to do it somewhere convenient, and then heal him enough that he can just continue taking the hits, it works out very well. Don't need to revive if you don't go down like my current build. You could also build for tank. There's that gun enchant that heals your companions for a few seconds and gives them some crit chance every time you reload. It's really impactful. Could then you lose the huge damage enchants, which you really need, to be honest. Yeah, that's fair. And another argument for doing Spore Grave as your multi-class combo for a pet build, Spore Warden and Graveborn both have companion damage enchants. Spore has a Blizzard-specific one, and Grave has one whenever the Demi-Lich uses Hellish Blast, which is whenever you cast a spell. Can Contagion stack fast enough to take a 900k dot? Yes. Yes, it can. Maximum bullet reflection and run full companion damage. A joke about time travel, I'm not gonna share it. You guys didn't like it? Nice, Samurai. I like that. Probably Contagion. Maybe. I mean, Contagion's not gonna hit a number that big unless you have some amount of status effect damage over 100%. And even then, you're at the disposal of very unfriendly RNG. That's why I have so many sources of status effect chance. That's why I'm using so many bonus elements and extra instances of damage. Contagion is inconsistent, which is why I'm forcing consistency by just spamming the dice roll for it, you know? Hey, Mr. Adblock, how you doing? Pico, good to see you. Reckless Monster, hope you're well. Surprise Clawbringer has no chance for Wyvern. BL3 add Annoyance post-launch. It did. It did. With the Malawan takedown and Mayhem 4 update, we got a bunch of Annoyance. With the Cartels... With Bloody Harvest, we got some Annoyance. With Cartels, we got some Annoyance. And with DLC 5. Ooh, that was a big chunk. That was a big chunk. With DLC 5, we also got some more. So, several times in BL3's life, we got more. How much damage do you actually have in gear? I'm not sure the question, Moveface. Could you rephrase? Hi, by the way. I think I misunderstood what Contagion does. It's not a dot spread, it's more like a dot ricochet. It's a dot spread. A dot spread would be the accurate way of interpreting it, Tub Nation. So what it does is, it looks at the chance you have based on your Contagion investment. That's the chance for it to trigger. If it successfully triggers, what happens is, it looks at an enemy within a fixed range. I believe the range is 1200, so it's about the radius of, like, a wide Nova. 1200 is probably, like, here to here. It looks for an enemy in that radius, and then applies a dot to them that's 50% of the value of the previous one, and also a different element. Now, that new dot, that new Contagion dot, it gets status effect damage boosts again. So that's why I keep saying status effect damage over 100%. Because if you get 100.1 status effect damage, then your new dot is going to be that 0.1% higher than the old one. So, yeah, I currently have 8 out of 3 Contagion because I have 6 out of 3 from my skill tree and gear, and then Butt Stallion gave me 2. It's possible to get 100% Contagion if Butt Stallion is very kind to you. How much status effect damage you're running right now? With everything active, I have about 230%. I could get more if my amulet was primordial, but it is not. What? 230. I have 2 enchants. I have a caustic hilt. I have 5 points in potent poisons, and I have a double roll on my amulet, which is a volatile. And I have max wisdom. Max wisdom is important. And that's how you get big dots like that. Also, something I need to do in this build that I've been forgetting to, is I need to... Whenever I have a shock dot, I need to sit still so that my body rune becomes a spirit rune, and spirit rune applies a bonus element to a thing bonus elements aren't supposed to apply to. Also, From the Shadows, dots will always crit, so if you're on crit damage, it'll also scale it. Right. From the Shadows is amazing for dots in particular, where you don't have much access to crit consistency otherwise. Like, there's no dot critical hit chance stat, you know? You're just looking at the flat crit stuff. And dots are a very consistent form of damage. They're just there. So if we're taking a consistent form of damage and making it inconsistent by requiring contagion loops for it to do relevant damage, we want to iron out the kinks in as many places as possible, and that's why From the Shadows is great here. We could use something else that would directly give us more instances of damage to apply dots, like we could throw on a Ghost Blade, we could use Reaper of Bones for a lot more chances at the dot roll, because Reaper of Bones gives us another global bonus element. And this bonus element would apply to our shots, it would apply to our pets, it would apply to our spells, it would apply to our Pandemicium, it would apply to our Blast Gasp. It would go on all that. It'd be a lot more rolls of the dice. But less uptime, less consistency. Think you'd run through everything time trial style so I can make a clip after the run? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm waiting for my cooldown right now. Tempted to try Berserker Spellshot Deathless build with Glass Cannon after what I found out Deathless. What'd you find? How do Reaper of Bones and Enrage work together? They would just both work. They wouldn't interact at all. You just have a Cryo number and a Dark Magic number on top of everything you're doing. You don't need to be in Chaos levels to get a higher chance for dedicated drops, right? Chaos levels will increase your dedicated chances because your loot luck goes up as you go up through Chaos levels. Your character level, your loot luck... your character level, your chaos level are two of the things that influence loot luck. So your rates will go up as you go up through. But you can still have good rates without being on high chaos. By getting all the dice, which you only have to do one time now. By getting your luck shrine, you can wear a ward enchant for 25% more, you can wear an amulet for more. And of course, being level 40 gives you your best loot luck. How you doing, Pop T? Oh, that was fast. Good RNG. Now, we did get one time yesterday, we got the really good RNG where we managed to one-shot him with a dot tick before he was able to go into his immune phase. That was fun. But not this time. Still a fast kill. Pistol mag size? Yes, I actually do want that. Oh, my inventory's full again. Shit. You get all that, Lazy? Hey Cheese, how you doing? I know how to open the overworld door to get the blue shrine piece. Oh yeah. What Cheese said. Find Paladin Mike and Brighthoof. He'll have a side quest for you to go do some of the camps, and it's pretty quick. How's been treating you? It's been good, Shinzu. It's been good. What are you doing, Cat? I love you too, buddy. A full Light and Clawbringer, would you recommend me mixing it with Stab for the status effect and crit buffs? I feel like do some crazy damage, or any other tips? Full Lightning. So, the thing about committing to an element in this game is you generally need a reason. I'm committing to Poison on this build, specifically because it gives me more consistency from Pandemicium, which means more dot chances. That's why I'm doing Poison. You need a reason to go for an element. So for Lightning, a good reason is using the Soaked debuffs. Then you gotta think about, okay, how am I applying Soaked? And your options there are use your Armor Piece for Cape of Tides, you shoot the Rocket Launcher, the Twisted Delusion, or to use the Tidebreaker spell. Something that neither Clawbringer nor Stabomancer gives you is spell cooldown. So if you opt for a Tidebreaker, you might get more out of using a Spell Shot there, because Spell Shot would also give you damage formula. Now, if you want to stay away from Spell Shot, as many people understandably do, Graveborn also has cooldown. So you could go that direction. Berserker has a lot of bonus cryo damage and a good damage formula in general. And cryo is the other element that benefits from soaked. So honestly, for that one, Jambo, I would go with Claw Berserker. Because then you not only have your lightning damage and a good formula to buff it, you also have another element for anything that you are immune to. That enemies are immune, you know. You get what I'm saying. Also, Berserker is just really good for, like, any build. Oh, hey, thank you, Lazy. I appreciate that. Dagacha, hope you're doing well. Clawgrave is great, I recommend it. I'm still working on a setup that I enjoy for Clawgrave, but yeah, Fleece. Good taste. Just got in, 5 of 3 Contagion Armor. 6 out of 3. I have 2 from Butt Stallion. Took the step and started bipolar meds yesterday. Such a hard decision. Also got told probably have, I don't know how to pronounce that. Syndrome means other stuff too, but wait TM for that. Good and bad, but today's a new day. Thank you for taking steps to take care of yourself. It means a lot, you know. A lot of people around here appreciate you and are just genuinely happy to see you taking steps to, you know, work towards your own happiness, Pup T. Because we all want that for you. We appreciate you. I found out his Berserker Shield skill, unarmored defense, makes it where your health doesn't get reduced one from Deathless. Yeah, it's not really hugely useful because the only thing you get out of that combination is the recharge delay increase from Deathless, which could be nice if you're doing amp stuff. But if you're doing amp stuff, there's not much reason to use the Deathless when you just get stuff with more damage. Especially because Deathless increases the amount you have to regen. Although it doesn't with unarmored defense. Maybe if you're going to do an amp Berserker thing, that could be interesting. Berserker Spell Shot, unarmored defense, Deathless. I like it. Yeah, on second thought, I like it. Thanks for that. I've Primordial, Automagic, Thunder Anima, and Livewire. I would farm for another mod that applies Soaked. Claw Berserker builds are always melee. That's the issue. I don't want to melee. You could still do a gun setup. The first couple tiers of Clawbringer, namely Oath of Fire and Dragon Aura, those are gun build friendly skills, so you can do that. If you happen to be using the hammer throw from range during your gunplay, you can take Oath of Thunder as well. And then over on the Berserker side, the damage boosts are just good for everything. Berserker only has one thing in the tree that's only for melee. Two if you include Blast Chill. It's just Savagery and Blast Chill. So all the other stuff, it helps with gunplay as well. So nothing's stopping you from doing that. Hey Micro, how you doing? Viper, good to see you. Just got here down for a PUBG appreciation stream. Let's do it. Let's do it. I need to roll melee weapons because I want Primordial Snake Sticks, and I don't have any. Recently got a Vampire Fatebreaker. Honestly, don't think it gets enough love. Fatebreaker is really good at restoring your wards, like really good. It does it. I'm pretty sure it's instantly when it impacts. So you have to deal with the travel time of the birds, but when they impact, you just get the ward back. And that's like a lot. Appreciate streamer mods. I always appreciate Big Brain Fire. You guys are too kind. I like the defense skill because I have a ring that says a ward isn't full, get 100% effectiveness. Well, that does not work with unarmored defense, Portal Knight. Unarmored defense alters the logic of your ward to the point where the new point where it stops is considered while full. So it is not at half. It is actually full. So there's no interaction there. If anything, unarmored defense lowers your uptime on mood rings because there's less that it has to regen to get to the full point. Hence why amp works with unarmored defense. Exactly. I did move over some copies of my stickies from my other saves. This fire one not being primordial bugs me, but I'm not lucky. The cryo one too. Okay. Made a little room. That's why there's a lot of when depleted wording.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a cabin.
That's why I'm not hitting hard then. It won't make that much of a difference. And as long as you use a ward that has a low recharge rate and or a long delay, such as the body rune. Like, look at this thing. It's got a recharge delay of 5.8 and a rate of 253. Body rune is fantastic for mood ring use because, one, it's just a good ward all around, but it recharges so slowly that you can just kind of count on it always having something missing. Do I have health bug right now? Yeah, I totally do. So that's all blades though. Gotta write a big email for an exciting opportunity, so I'm gonna do alert for a bit. Pop up over here, Chris. Funny shit. Sounds good. Sounds good. And good for you on securing the bag, as it were. So sometimes there's a bug where you load in to your game and the enemies die super fast. If you're one-shotting enemies with 9,000 damage, you have this bug. There we go. That's more normal. I should do some non-featured runs, because I want to see how this fares against more bosses. This completely dunked on Nightmare to the point where it was funny. It dunked on Dragonlord, except for Bernadette. I have dot duration, so every time I get a dot on me, I anticipate death. Secure your bag 2022. Hey Black Panther, how you doing? It's probably inefficient for me to just accept the down there, but I just like getting that barrel out of the way by doing that. Spawn the snake sticks up here where they have a good line of sight. Beautiful. Or just play spell shot and have the health bug effect all the time. Or that, yeah. Smart armor. Sad. Always make sure your snake stick has good line of sight. Sir? Hello, found out that some of the max health effects in Grave apply to shields while using Deathless. Yeah, that's just how Deathless works. Deathless looks at your HP and turns it into shields. So if your HP is a bigger number, it's more shields. Ooh, a bad egg. I need to look at the parts on that. I think I saw Turtle, which is sad, but still a bad egg. Hey, Deep Zombie. How you doing? The only boss should give you shit is Pigwort, to be honest. We could probably mess up Pigwort pretty well. Critical Connoisseur. Yeah, let's do it.
Your smile is all I need.
Let's go dump on Drill. We can. I think they're saying while health is full, effects apply deathless. I don't think so, because Grave doesn't have any of those, Jack. We do the same with health recovery as well, then? No. No. Because health recovery is not ward recovery. Deathless doesn't convert that. It's not Bloodletter. It just takes health, makes it ward. That's amusing. Ahead of the snake with 5 points in Ancestral Frost. So, like, Snake Stick spawns Hydras, and Snake Stick Hydras can blast chill. And that's Cryo. So then would Deathless also be good on a dead shot? Yeah. You could have a bunch of tools to sustain it. Mage Armor would give you a good little refill every time you cast a spell or reload. You'd have Lord of Edges over in the Graveborn tree at full value, which the damage wouldn't be hugely relevant, but the damage reduction would be very nice. Stone Swan, how you doing? Good to see you. Snake Stick Hydras and Blast Chill, holy respect time. Yeah, Snake Stick Hydras are primarily melee, and Companion is actually their, like, secondary thing. So, it's pretty neat. What does Grave do in the setup? More Hydras for more instances of damage. Sanguine Sacrament for healing. Spell cooldown. Blast Gas is another instance of damage. Stand of the Soul is another instance of damage. More Punishment is more Hellish Blast, so, you know, ideally per spell cast, Lich does 2 more instances of damage. And each of those 2 gets bonus elements, so Body Rune applies to that. But largely, Grave is here for survivability. You could go Berserker and get Enrage for another instance on everything, plus the formula from Berserker. You could go Spore for Spore Fuse if you went with Barrage instead of From the Shadows, but From the Shadows consistency, as 10 FPS outlined earlier. I'd say Grave or Burr would be, like, the class to pair with this tech. All I'm seeing is excuses for Claw and Chain Lightning. You could do Clawbringer. Claw would get Awe, and while the crit chance for Awe would be useless in From the Shadows, you would still get the crit damage as long as you were doing fire somewhere, which the Wyvern could cover. The Wyvern would be applying lots of instances of damage. You'd have Dragon Aura boosting everything. Oath of Fire would be a bonus element, which is more dot chances. You could make Clawbringer work here. Yeah, you totally could.
It's your funeral.
Oh, another quirky thing with this kind of setup is that if you are the kind of player who takes these bonuses, if you get one of these that says elemental damage, the way it works is it's a bonus element, so it's another instance, which means another chance for dots on everything. And that gets silly. Ever played Destiny 2? I've not. I played the first Destiny when it came out and got very bored very quickly. Like, quit around the first light level cap increase, whatever that was. Proto's end campaign was pretty poopy. Yeah, unmemorable enough that I don't remember. Bonus elemental enchant counts as an extra element. No, not the enchant move phase, the alter bonus, the one you can get during runs. The way it works is it doesn't actually increase the element, it just gives you a bonus element of the same one that you're doing. So like if I grabbed it, I'd be seeing, you know, bigger poison numbers, but not because it's increasing my poison damage, but because it's just doing another poison hit when I do that. That was a nice contagion spread. Even spread over there and started killing enemies. Peg lag. Destiny 2 isn't good as 1 was. I'm sorry, part 1 was a shit. Isn't the entirety of Destiny 1 inside Destiny 2? At this point? Huh. So this is a Stormclaw. The skills aren't very noteworthy, but companion crit chance, companion damage on a claw armor. That's interesting. They don't got my sniper in game yet. One item, okay. The game's more than one item. Played Destiny 1 after I got up for my birthday for 1 hour and gave it to my sister. Destiny 2 has more replayability. That's what I'm here for. I tend to make decisions based around replayability in my games, yeah. It's going through the stories forward. Nice, nice. Outside of the campaigns for D1, yes, almost every good thing besides a few raids that are going to be are in D2. I don't care about the exotics I've brought back. Leave my icebreaker out with that mag regen. And it'll never get added if you're for an icebreaker. Well, there you go. I imagine this is the same energy as people being like, hey, you bring back the complex route in more Borderlands games. Like, no. 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 Cleansing Flame should have been the big hammer, Titan Super from D2. Cleansing Flame should have been a lot of things. I don't understand the ideology behind Cleansing Flames. Like, it would have made more sense if we had Cleansing Flames first and then Phase Slam, you know? But instead, we got Phase Slam, but with all, like, the downsides magnified. It's very weird. It's just phase slam, but bad. Once Claims needs to hit like a rocket-propelled truck loaded with explosives spec'd into Skagden. Like, it's just... It's more risk, it's more time commitment, it's more animation commitment. It's on a less versatile skill tree. And it's even a split damage delivery. You need multiple bonuses. Like, 1/2 is ability, 1/2 is melee. And the ability part is element locked. It's got all those downsides, and then it also just has a low damage value. Like, why? Why? What am I rolling for, chat? Melee weapons. That's what I want. I don't know how, but if you stand still before traveling the Chaos Chambers for too long, magma full forms underneath you. You have the Magma Breach curse on Beef Squatch. That's what that is. Magma Breach. Dibs on any 2K Banshees, I'll let you know. I haven't gotten a 2K Banshee yet. I have 1900 somewhere. No magma turn on, never choose that, whatever. Well, you did. Because nothing else gives that. You described standing still to spawn it, the only thing that does that is Magma Breach. Now there's other things that spawn fire puddles, but not from standing still. Like Nasty Spill, that can make fire puddles, but not from standing still. Curse Run, there you go. How homies doing? Doing okay, Mr. Adblock. Weather's kind of miserable today, but, you know, it's whatever. We got chat, we got the homies. Snake Stick. Warrior. No thank you. Pincushion. Pincushion makes me sad. Vampire Echo Twin Soul. That's useful. Why is my inventory full again? I don't have a problem, you have a problem. Time to grind for the last 2 boots exotics I need. Good luck. Good luck. Do I have money to get SDUs? I do. But I'd also have to go through a load screen and not do a Chaos Chamber run. So instead, I'm just going to stuff as much of this stuff into my bank as I possibly can. And ignore the problem for now. As a healthy adult would. Remember, chat, don't ever deal with your problems, just postpone them. Chance and damage on spell. I guess I want chance and damage on more spells. I haven't done that. I guess I'll try to roll it onto the cube. Remember, Quiet, don't postpone your problems, forget they exist. Ah, that's good advice. Am I supposed to run from them as an adult? Running is too much work. After postponing for so long, they can't legally bug you for the money anymore. They didn't have Michigan's 10 years. Monka. Alright, after this run, I want to do a non-featured, because I want to get some other bosses in the mix. What bosses have I not tried this build against? I don't think I've fought Zomboss or Lechance with this build, ever. I don't think I fought Celissa, either. Fuck Celissa. I hate Celissa. All my homies hate Celissa, too. Banshee? Ooh, Banshee, yeah. Remember you postponed fixing your Godfall for long enough that it got fixed anyway? Right, like the strat works. This would be a good challenge. It'd more so be me trying to see if I can kill her before her immunity kicks in. Because I think I could. I just need to apply it strong enough that. Well, I know I can. I just need to get good RNG in the first half of the fight to bypass the second half. It's like, if it can be done to Son of a Witch, it can be done to Solidity. Oh yeah, what do you guys think for the next featured boss? Next featured run. Because we had Parasite, we had Dragon Lord, Parasite, Banshee, Son of a Witch. That extended featured had Drill and Vorkanar. I think it's Salissa's turn. Want Salissa to be honest? Yeah, I think it's her turn. As much as I dislike fighting that boss on most builds. If you can tell, recently I went back to BL2 since it's all I play right now. I used Twister for the first time and instantly became one of my favorite weapons in the game. I like that gun in that game. Vorkanar is on boss. Vorkanar was in the extended featured. There was one week where we had a featured run that was longer and it had two bosses. We had Vorkanar and Drill. Make it a surprise caster? That'd be cool. I still think I've only fought caster like once. Also, that was a 210k dot tick, by the way, chat.
Hope that works out for you.
So this isn't personally that bad for me. It's freaking Son of a Witch for me. So the thing with Son of a Witch is he's very predictable. Salissa just kind of throws you around, and then while you're reacting to being ragdolled at all times, she's just kind of like, yeah, more floor shit. Son of a Witch is very pattern-based. You can just kind of, like, even his skull attack, you can just gently walk to the left and it won't hit you, as long as you're at an appropriate distance. And his Novas, you just LOS him, line of sight. He's very easy to deal with. It's the bird that's the annoying part. There's a lot of counters to the bird. Salissa just knocks you around all over the place. She's not difficult either. She's just annoying. So this is the one I'm talking about, the elemental damage one. I'll take it so you can see the consistency increase. Did we get more points in contagion this run? We did. That's fine. Solacy? No, swag. Bonk. Alright, I just gotta kill that bird. Yeah, it's the most annoying bit. There's a few things that insta-kill the bird for whatever reason. If you directly hit it with a Furior Chuck, like the actual physical gun, it just dies. Same thing with auto magic tracker darts. It just one-shots the bird for some reason. It's probably a bug, but like if you hate the fight, you may as well. I might have gotten too ambitious by taking stay back, by the way. Oh, I'm very dead. Oh, I'm not. Do I have the bug again? I need to spec out of Dread Covenant. This is the second time this has happened. Sometimes, and they said they fixed this in the patch, but apparently not. Sometimes Dread Covenant will just, like, not go away. So you'll just keep stopping at 1 HP. I need to respec out of that. I don't want to benefit from that shit. So, yeah, we are now avoiding Harvest and Dread Covenant, because Graveborn is functional. Buff Spell Shock. Okay, it's fine in this room, but I still don't ever want to benefit. Exclamation point cheating. These zombies really don't want to come over here. I'm not going to stab us forward, use Spore Fuse in the setup. That is not worth losing from the shadows. It's something you can do, it's not something I would do. What is Dread Covenant? The one where on a 2-minute cooldown, your Demi-Lich will sacrifice itself to heal you, if you would die. Yeah, the more I think about it, Spore for this setup doesn't actually make sense. If you're using from the shadows, then Spore Fuse isn't even on the table. Ooh, yeah, that's awkward. What are you doing outside? I fucking hate where I live, Chad. There's always some fucking tomfoolery at 10 in the morning. Spore Fuse does not outweigh from the shadows, and in Spore Tree, you'd get gun damage, which doesn't help this setup. You'd get Wrath of Nature if you went down to play the angles or didn't use from the shadows, and even then, Wrath of Nature is just additive with Exploit Their Weakness. Yeah, Spore Warden wouldn't actually do anything for the setup at all. Like, actually nothing. Come on, Contagion. I know you're in there somewhere. Man, this stay back is rough. So I'm still stuck on Chaos 7 drill, like I mentioned yesterday. It's the best way to get better gear. Shift key codes from the chest to Chaos 7, feature normal runs, go back to Chaos 1, do any of the Chaos runs there, farm bosses for gear specific items. It's not really a quality, it's not really a you need better gear thing, Borbotron, it's you need specific gear. If you can't get past drill, you're not meeting the DPS check. And that means you need specific bossing weapons. Look for Torgue Stickies, as I mentioned. Doesn't need to be primordial, but look for Ludites ×3, and then you want to get enough mag size boost so that your effective mag size is at least 7. 7 will let you shoot this 3 times. And 3 times, you get a 35% sticky mult per projectile, then you get 6% per crossbolt up to 25 crossbolts. Something like that. So it's not a matter of you need bigger stat, it's you need specific tool for situation. Hey Pericles, what do you think about the last right shotgun in the stop build? Not really worthwhile. Low fire rate, I don't know what the dot value on it is, but we don't have a lot of reload speed, we don't have a lot of fire rate. It's not poison to facilitate direct Pandemicium, and we lose an enchant slot, which isn't normally very impactful. Like, we could shift around enchants, we could give up one of these 2 companion ones to have this enchant elsewhere, but it wouldn't be worthwhile. Use Torque Crossbow ARs until I got the mag boost needed. Good one of those. It should work for Drill 7. Yes, Encapsulator. That's the name. Spore Fuse is based on damage shells anyway. We'll deal very little hit damage. Right. Spore Fuse would be an instance of poison damage, which could leave a poison dot, which would play nice with Pandemicium, but it's another layer of RNG and giving up an enchantment slot and an entire action skill that we just shouldn't. Considered spell shot for a spell shot. Sir? Why are you like this? Okay, you need to actually stay away from me. I don't have the health to deal with you right now. Come on, cooldown. Got the game, it's real good. Hey, I'm glad you're liking it, Diamond. Glad you're liking it. What class you playing? Only chaotic, sad. 18 mag, 2 armor per shot, it's pretty good, but oop. What's the mag size on mine? Yeah, not an 18 meg. Could have more damage. Big email done, no time to relax. Let's go. What Miss Dancer doing it from the Shadows build? Hey, that's my other setup that I've been playing. I've been playing 2 setups the most right now, and that's one of them. That's cool. Is Donkey viable? C35, I haven't been able to test it out yet, but it looks like a lot of fun. It's viable, definitely. I wouldn't say it's fantastic. But it's viable. Is Miss Dancer's 4 stab out? Yes. Cast 23 so far, struggling to find weapons that fit the meta. Well, that's the thing. You don't really need to do this incorrect perception of meta that the Lands community has perpetuated forever. Remember, there's people who will still die on the hill that Herald is meta for every gun build in Borderlands 2. It's not, though. It's just a good option that happens to work well for many builds, but meta is the most effective tactic available. It's not. Don't constrain yourself to that. Just have fun first. Why ever use Donkey when Bread Slicer? Because I've never actually gotten a good Bread Slicer, Lazy. I've never gotten a good one. Any, like, volatile plus Bread Slicer I've gotten has been, bad parts and non-Ellie. Quag, love it here, join the stream. Your thumbnail frame was you flying through the air in the process of going to save your soul. Classic Quag Gaming. True. Egg Control, how you doing? The stuff you're using on your Mist Dancer, I've got Liquid Cooling, the Electric Guy that chains, the Grotto Guy that chains, and the Dark Magic Throwing Guy. I'm using mostly purple guns, actually, Diamonds. So, Torgue Stickies are fantastic in this game. In particular, the pistol and shotgun variety, but across all categories, they're great. I'm also using Black Powder Shotguns. I have a ×25 Kettle Drum, which is like the Stagecoach from BL3. Honestly, in terms of Kettle Drums, 21 is probably optimal, and it's a little easier to get, so you can go for that. They can roll in, like, a lot of denominations. You can get ×9, 12, 16, 18, 21, and 25 for Kettle Drums, I believe. Those are really good. Commercial at a bad time? Oh, shit. I want to make a fish work on this build. So, fish applies a guaranteed poison status effect here, right? If that can contagion, which there's no reason it shouldn't be able to, that could be good, but I'd be giving up Snake Stick. So, I don't know. It'd have to be a really good fish. Heard about the Kettle Drum added collection? Okay, cool. Yeah, Kettle Drum and Torgue Stickies were the things I mentioned. That is a Vampire Caustic Twin Soul with a status effect enchant. That's really good. Got Echo on it, though. On the fish? I could, but, like, why'd I take Echo over Caustic? Caustic is consistency here. And consistency is the key. I don't need to improve my damage, I need to improve my access to my damage. 1.9 swing speed. Yeah. Okay, let's do a non-featured run next. And I was having Twitch trigger their antivirus a bunch today for expired certificates. I've not, but that sounds scary.
Enter if you dare. But seriously, you should dare.
Shrek is love, Shrek is life. Yeah, low-key less. Like, especially in situations like this, Echo would kill one thing, but Caustic enables me to kill the entire room. So, Caustic definitely more valuable than Echo in a macro sense. Now, there's absolutely cases where if I get a really big dot tick that just annihilates an enemy, then I have that Echo to deliver to one other enemy. But it's not a consistent thing. And in a very inconsistent build, I want as much consistency as I can get. There's only 2 status effect chance boosts I can think of. And it's Caustic and the enchantment. No, sorry, 3. You can also get it as a passive on Amulet, but you'd have to directly give up status effect damage for that. Now, I could do that. I have a lot of status effect damage, maybe more than I need, but I'd probably want to ideally go for a Primordial if I was going to do that. At least get a lot of status effect chance. Would make me feel better about it. Yeah, pragmatic. Finally beat Chaos 7 Drill, just a donkey. No one to tell. Well, you told us. We're proud of you. Congrats. Heard the thing that Smart Armor didn't work. Is that true? Smart Armor will turn off when you go through load screens. The effect doesn't persist. So you need to unequip it and re-equip it. But to be honest, Diamonds, the effect of Smart Armor isn't very good anyway, so like I just wouldn't even use that armor. It's one of those things that it goes into a category where you can just get that boost in other places with no downsides, and the armor slot has much more impactful things. Morning, Urban Mech. How you doing? Party time? Hey, Dex. Use for armor in your Mist Dancer, the effect just seems ideal for it. I'm using a Corrupted Plate Mail. So the great thing about Corrupted Plate Mail is you can use it on non-elemental guns to convert a portion of it. Well, you can use it on any gun to convert a portion to dark magic, but in particular on non-elemental guns, it's nice because it gives them a way to apply a dot, which is useful for various purposes. And it also gives you an extra source of healing, and that converted portion gets elemental boosts, whereas the otherwise the gun has no way of benefiting from your elemental boosts, which you might have from your enchantments, your myth rank, etc. Corrupted Plate Mail also does some interesting things where certain on-hit effects will trigger multiple times if you have that armor equipped, because the Plate Mail instance counts towards it. One example is the head cannon pistol, which is one of my favorite guns. Cheese has been trying to get me to use that gun for a while, and I finally did on my Mist Dancer, and it worked out beautifully. I'll do a run on Mist Dancer next, Diamonds, after this one. But man, thank you. I do my best. Why do you not use dual beam while mobbing? Because I don't often want to put in the time to switch. And single beam gets single target dead faster. I already have multi-target from other sources, so sometimes I go dual beam. But, like, zombies don't live enough for me to care, to be perfectly honest. Like, they just die very quickly. My game is not happy with me already. It's been an hour in the stream, and my game is struggling. Oh, it's Lance. Hi, Lance. Yo, Diamond, thank you for the 17. I appreciate it. 17 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It goes a long way. And it's good to have you around playing Wonderlands with us. Having all the passes on it is rocking move speed and smart armor. I felt like I was playing Zane in Wonderlands. All armors can get all passives.
She's on fire. Legal quick.
16.
Thank you, Get Diamonds. So, like, the way legendary armors work in this game, or the way armors work in general, is the only time that a skill is tied to a particular armor is... So with the claw armor, the kinds that convert your companions into different elements, those will always roll one of the 3 pet classes as a primary. So that does restrict the combinations they can get. Other than that, any armor can roll like anything. Snake sticks are so useful. Holy shit. They're so good. How you doing today? I had an early morning, just trying to keep my eyes awake. I feel you, Dex. I'm doing okay. Doing okay. Doing okay. Heck yeah, dude. Always been one of my favorite content creators. Also, the community's grown. I appreciate that, Doc. It's been a journey. But I'm proud of how far we've come. That barrel was gonna ruin my deck. Ow. Sir? There you go. Get dotted, please. The barrel ruined Mr. Worldwide's day instead. That it did. That was a good dot spread. No, fire friend. Oh, I'm a terrible friend. I am awful. There's more dots. I love that spell. Yellow raid boss? Yeah. Let me equip a gun that actually lets me get in there. Where's this? Spell radius making the singularity to put in work? Yeah. Also just the explosion itself. I don't have much gun damage, so this is actually legitimately difficult on this build. There we go. I do actually have to swap to that mag size to make that work. You know the one necklace effect refills work with Skulldark weapons? It does not. It does not. Ammo and heat are completely separate mechanics, so ammo restoration does not restore heat. What have Fire Orb done for you lately? It's cute. It provided wholesome vibes or something. I don't fucking know. Very excited to see your missed answer then, because I've been using 2 pieces of gear very wrongly apparently. Yeah, I think you'll like the setup. It's a lot of fun. It feels very flak-like, honestly. Share skills, please? Yeah, absolutely. Can I do it after the run in the loot room? Nightmare? Cool. No. Bye-bye. Rings don't really do much at all in this build. Not really. I'm using one for radius, and the other one I just put on because it's a Shark's main. That's pretty much it. Rings aren't doing much here. So want the zoomies really love Supersonic Zane. Imagine your enemy has contagion, you run to revive your friend and burst into flames. Okay. Good RNG, please. Frames, please. Hey, we got the good RNG. There we go. Bye, bunny. Bye-bye. Hey, Vari. How you doing? Dot damage really task manager button hog there. Yeah, that. Or the random contagion element rolls poison a lot. Well, it's not just that scroll. It's because contagion will roll elements other than the one you have. So I'm starting with poison and then it's going to other elements. But because I'm starting with poison, I'm getting a lot of strong initial hits, which is leaving good value dots, and then it starts converting them. So that's why Bunny melts so fast. Also, its hitboxes are just very conducive to Pandemisium hitting multiple things and Contagion spreading from the zombies, and it works out well. Also, unlike the other raid bosses, I can very easily spawn my Snake Stick Hydras against Bunny, and that helps a lot. Because they're doing their own instances of damage, and they are also poison. In terms of the build, skill tree wise, we are down to Alchemical Agent in the Sabomancer tree, and we're down to the same tier in the Graveborn tree. Alchemical Agent is here because our Snake Stick Swings and our Snake Stick Hydras critting will guarantee apply dots with this of a decent value, and this is a dot build. The linchpin of this entire build is Contagion in the Sabomancer tree. Now the funny thing with the Sabomancer tree is the right side of it is absolutely top tier, extremely good, like really solid synergy, just down the row here, from the shadows all the way down to Alchemical Agent. These 4 skills and this action skill, really good. And then the rest of the tree is dog shit. It's not good. There's a couple things we take to advance down the tiers, but for the most part, everything in these columns is either redundant or bad, or too situational to be of use in this build. Pick up sprint and shoot? Yes. I need to get down the tree, so yes. We take haste, because putting 5 points here and 3 here, we need to put 2 more to get down. So actually we take Arsenal there. And then we get to this tier with Nimble Fingers. We need to put 2 more. So we put 2 in Haste. Then we get to this tier. We put 3 in Contagion because we want that. We put 1 in Elusive because it's okay. But we still need to invest more to get down. So that's where we put the other point in Haste. And then we take out Chemical Agent. Over in the Graveborn tree, we max out Faithful Thralls. We max out Essence Drain. We're using a spell to apply a lot of dots and to use a Singularity and to heal with Sanguine Sacrament. So the cooldown helps a lot. Faithful Thralls, we have a lot of companions out between our Dark Hydras, between our Demi-Lich, and between our Snake Stick. So, Thralls is just no-brainer. This point in Dark Pact is coming from our armor. We have 1 point coming from our armor in Stain of the Soul. The other one, we just put a point here because we do need to get down the tree. And we take Dread Covenant, which I'm going to stop taking because it's buggy. Unfortunately, I really like the effects, but it's too buggy, and I don't want to benefit from, bugs like that, so I'll probably move that point into Mortal Vessel, I guess, for a little tank. But Dread Covenant and Harvest are skills that I avoid because bugs. Dark Hydra is fuel for Faithful Thralls. Also, they're instances of damage, which is more chances at dot application. Punishment is more instances of damage, which is more chances at dot application. Ascension is large amounts of spell damage and HP, and it helps us get down the tree. Lord of Edges is good tank, and Blast Gasp is more instances of damage, which is more chances at dots. What's Dread Covenant's bug? Sometimes you will be unable to die. Like, sometimes it'll just keep doing the, hey, you're at 1 HP, Lich dies instead thing, but it won't be on a cooldown, and your Lich won't die either. So, sometimes it just makes you immortal. In terms of hero stats, I max out Wisdom for status effect damage, max out Strength for crit damage, and then the rest I divided between Intelligence, and then I think I put 1 point in Attunement. The reason why we take so much status effect damage is because of the mechanics of Contagion. Basically, Contagion will roll this chance to apply, and if it succeeds, it'll apply a dot with half the base damage of the dot that it was spread from. But this Contagion spread dot gets your status effect damage increases. So, if you have over 100%, it becomes bigger than the original dot. So, since in this setup, after gear and enchantments and skill tree and hero points, we have over 200%, our dots get progressively bigger. So we stack a bunch of status effect chance, and we're using things to get as many instances of dots as possible. White Rider at ×2 ticks very fast, has very good dot, and it's just a very reliable weapon here. We have this enchant on action skill end, increase status effect damage and duration by 20% for 10 seconds. So whenever we come out of From the Shadows, we just get a little more consistency with our contagion chaining, and a little more longevity on our damage while we're waiting for our action skill to come back. These other weapons aren't really relevant. I use stickies for things I mechanically can't dot, such as getting into the yellow boss fight, but I mostly just use the White Rider. Snake Stick is here because these Hydras count as melee damage, so they trigger Alchemical Agent. Also, a Caustic Hilt is another big source of consistency. Should I refund that? Yeah, please. Thank you, Lazy. Caustic's a big source of consistency because there's only 3 places in the game you can get status effect chance. It's on your amulet, it's from this hilt, and it's from the enchantment we have over here on our spell. More on that in a minute. So chance helps a lot because that's where our build starts rolling from. We need to apply a dot for all these things to start happening. And damage helps our contagion looping. So that's great as well. Now the Hydras themselves, they not only trigger Alchemical Agent because they're melee, they stack up our Faithful Thralls, which is more damage for everything we do, including them. And it's more instances of damage, which is more chances at dots. Now, your Snake Stick Hydras are also get your Body Rune bonus element. So we use Body Rune here because it's just amazing. It's a heal, it's a bonus element, which is more chances at dots. The enchantment here is more companion damage, which gives us a little more base to work with from our Snake Stick Hydras. Triggers whenever the Demilich uses Hellish Blast, which means anytime we cast a spell, we get 10 seconds of 30% more companion damage. We're running ASA companion damage over here as well. This one apparently also makes them faster, so, you know, why not? It's to fuel the Snake Stick Hydras. Over on our spell, we have this other status effect enchant. Action skill start, increase status effect chance damage by 20% for 10 seconds. This means as soon as we hit our From the Shadows, we are at peak consistency, and that's important because in From the Shadows, everything crits, so that's our damage window. That's our goal. We want to get this enchant going frequently. That's why we have a Theurge as well to minimize our downtime. So whenever we cast a spell outside of our action skill, it shaves off a chunk of our cooldown. And we're using a Pandemicium armor. This is one that is very situational and getting value out of. But the value of this is that we're applying a bunch of poison status effects. Whenever one of those ticks, we have a chance to get this poison explosion. Now this explosion is a new instance of damage, so it gets its own bonus elements, such as from Body Rune, and it can apply status effects itself. Now this is a poison effect that benefits from applying poison effects and can apply poison effects. So in theory, with perfect RNG, you could apply a poison dot and have it trigger Pandemicium, and then Pandemicium applies a poison dot, which then triggers Pandemicium. So that's another layer of mechanical looping we can get in this setup. But most importantly, in addition to the Pandemicium being good consistency here, is we have a Graveborn Stabomancer one, which rolls 3 points in Contagion. So instead of having 3 points in Contagion, we have 6 for a 48% chance. Much better consistency. I've said consistency a lot today. Drink some water every time I do. We have status effect damage on our Theurge to feed into that Contagion stuff. Stabo power here increases our From the Shadows duration. Poison damage, feeds our White Rider primarily, and our spell. And then we've got a Shark's Bane, just because I had it. Pistol mag size, shotgun mag size. Neither one is really impactful here. I do a hard swap to a mag size amulet whenever I actually want to use stickies, so it kind of just doesn't affect anything. The gun damage does nothing of value here, really. This ring is just a free slot. I'm open to suggestions. Maybe I use an Insight ring there, maybe. And then the other slot is just a ring with spell radius to assist in applying dots with this spell. That's the build. You like your poison to poison your poison target? end up going with the alchemical spec. Grave Capstone feels better in a couple fights, but alchemical's higher peaking, so yeah. One ring for Wall Ward is full and one for Wind Ward is not full. Cover multiple scenarios. I like it. Yo, McBain, thank you for the 6 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you're enjoying, and I hope you continue to get some good use out of all the perks and whatnot. Thank you. Jossum could apply to the Hydras. Ooh, that's a good idea, Scroll. Jossum. That's a random elemental rotating bonus element on melee, right? I like that. I like that idea a lot. What do you guys think? Quest reward rings are just the play on this? Run a Jossum and an Insight? I'd want to get spell radius rolls on them. I wish it was easier to farm quest rewards, because I want that now. I go play now, thanks for the info. See you soon. Okay, sounds good, Diamonds. I'm about to play the Mist Dancer, so if you want to check back the VOD later, it'll be there. Also, we have the archive channel on YouTube, if you don't want to check the Twitch VOD. Yeah, I'm gonna play Mist Dancer in a moment. Volatile Snake Stick. It's Frost. That would be good for the Berserker concept that we were thinking about earlier with the Head of the Snake. Ancient Hilt would... Let's see. So Berserker gets swing speed from Iron Squall. So we could not only spawn Hydras faster, but we could spam Ancient faster. What action skills would benefit from that? Obviously, Feral Surge has long cooldowns, so we'd use Feral Surge to close the gap, and then apply our Snake Stick a bunch, and then move on. I'm trying to justify picking this up, which is why I'm going through this thought process out loud. Vampire would be better, but we could just use the other multiclass. We could go Graveborn Berserker for more Hydras. Sanguine Sacrament when we cast the spell. Yeah, okay, cool. Sometimes I need to talk myself into picking items up. It's a good enchant, but like, Mage Staff? No. Mage Staff ain't really a Berserker thing. Archmage Pickaxe, sure. Archmage Fish. Ragnarok. I don't really like the Ragnarok. I don't know why. Reaper Bones? Could. Could. Jossum with spell radius? Ooh, let me look at this. Hang on. About Shark Lesson. Yeah, that's the same thing. Shark Lesson Ring. I don't know why I thought the name was Jossum. The red text is Jossum. Yeah, Shark Lesson. That is a Shark Lesson Ring with spell radius. Melee crit chance is pretty good too. Yeah, I like that scroll. I'll have to get my hands on one of those. That'd be really fun. A lot of people call it Jossum. Yeah, it's Shark Lesson Ring. It's just the red text is Jossum. Let me make some room here. Put away the Frozen Orb. Put away that. Put away that. Okay, let's use the Rogue Imp. So this gun was toned down. It did receive a reduction to its damage, but it's still really, really good. And most importantly, Rogue Imp is fun. So we're gonna use this on the Mist Dancer, but our main weapon of choice is still this this Kettle Drum.
Are you prepared?
Oh, let's defeat you.
We'll see.
Don't miss an opportunity to make a Calamity. Maybe they still do it.
Shots.
Ouchie. Killed something with ricochets. Hey Don, how you doing? And notice how all the YouTube content creators gone whisper quiet now that they run out of ways to use pixies. The goalposts have moved from use pixies and Buffmeister and pretend we know how to make builds to demand Borderlands 2 remaster. Sorry, should I have filtered that take? Oh well. I've been on C35 for a while, I haven't tried any of the aspects till just now. I beat Bun first shot on C35, feel kinda good about that. Let's go, Jester. Crushing it. Proud of you.
Bad luck or bad choices. Dead all the same.
Of course, my PO3 enhanced edition, I need the epic RAM leakage. How you doing, Lone? Need more raw hard takes? Bonk, sir. Directly to the gulag. No unlicensed horniness. Static Charge is a really good ward. So the whole thing with this is it's got like a built-in turtle thing. It reduces your HP a bit, but it has like massive capacity. You can recharge it by sliding on top of the regular recharge. And like, seriously, the capacity on this thing's nuts. And a Static Charge with unarmored defense on a Berserker is actually the biggest possible fuel you can give Dire Sacrifice. And Dire Sacrifice is kind of sad anytime you're bossing, but it's fun in mobbing. Also, these parts in this Arcane Bolt, holy. Extra projectile and cooldown. Yes. Catch up. Wish we had a Twitch plugin? Me too. Me too. Inspired by Green. You inspired me to start over. Went from spell shot stab with a Berserker. I suck at melee. I just die. Hoping it gets better with better swords. Melee is difficult in this game. It's very powerful with a lot of investment, but it is difficult. Yeah, good taste. Good taste. Inspired by Green. I like it. You try a push pin with maximum reload speed investment. Silly but fun. Can stack bolt damage over double your initial amount. Bolts have a cap, so like, not really worth it. So wait for 2 seconds and miss some unfiltered truth. What did I miss? Oh, nothing, please. Nothing. Just some of my active disdain for some of the very vocal bullshit in the lands community slipped through. I'll behave, I promise. Positivity, peace, and love, all that. I felt to me like I got more damage from multi-charge spells with spell enchantments than I did with Buffmeister. You were probably just... the integrity of your build was probably better with those spells, Kirk. You were triggering more effects. You're playing more things off each other rather than hitting an I win button. So it may or may not have been more effective, but what I can tell you is it was absolutely more cohesive, and you were probably enjoying yourself more. Hey Trey, how you doing? Yo, Lone, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Tune into streamers titled Deathless C35 Farmings, Greyborn Swim, Pixies. Ah, funny.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
So that's a good peg leg. I already have copies of that one though. Volatile, non-LE with Echo. Maybe not the same hilt, but like not hilt, mod, hilt. But I already have those. Goal posts, more like troll posts. Yeah. Smile says definitely missed something juicy. I'll catch you next time. Morning, Mr. Black Eye. How you doing? How are we a month and a half into the side without proper nerfs to Buffmeister or Pixies? We'll have to be patient and find out what their balancing plans for the game going forward are. Because I feel like some of those decisions they made in terms of adjustments were based on the their imminent plans to increase to C35, right? So we don't know what they have planned in the short term. I'm hopeful that there's some sort of rhyme or reason to the fact that the Rogue Imp got toned down before Pixies and Buffmeister, but like, we'll see. I'm still optimistic. Morning, Reboot Ninja. How you doing? Good to see you. Mantis Claw. I'm trying to think of a reason to pick this up, but like, there isn't one. Spore Grave skill combo is just kind of awful. Windrunner is great, but not really worth that slot. Sad about it. What if they left Buffmeister and Pixies for the super casual struggle to get higher chaos? Well, that's the thing, Moveface. That's not how this game works. More than one person has made that argument, that it's an accessibility tool. But, like, here's the thing. It is not... The primary impact of it is not people climbing up the levels or, you know, overcoming challenges that they couldn't without it. It's just people pouring it out for content at max difficulty and then complaining the game is too easy. That's what it is. The footprint of that item is not, hey, more people are getting to the harder content and then getting their foot in the door and gearing up. A couple of people are doing that, but basically what it is it's causing the community to view builds through the lens of not, hey, what's the reason you're using this item in the build? Why this? Instead, it's, why not Buffmeister? Or, how would Buffmeister affect this? It takes the game from having an item slot where there's all these items you can put into it for different things to either Buffmeister or not, rather than it's this spell, or it's this spell, or it's this spell, or it's this spell. It's you have Buffmeister and you have not Buffmeister. And that undermines the entire thing of this game, the creativity, the mix and match. It's unhealthy. It's the B-Shield problem, but worse. And guess what, Borderlands 2 fans? That game's endgame is terribly balanced because problems like that were left to fester. You gotta tear it up at the root. But it isn't fun. Unfortunately, Remy, not everyone views the game the same way. So, like, some people just find the pursuit of big number to be enjoyable. And to those people, I'd say maybe consider the impact of that desire on other playstyles. When I changed my build just slightly, C35, my damage tanked hard. I just put it back to where it was, started to shred again. Your build C35 is very sensitive. It depends on what you're doing. What's your chosen method of doing damage? Are you like a gun build? Are you spell build? Melee build? Dot build? The other build I spent a large part of the stream playing today was, it's a dot build, and it's very powerful. But the thing is, if I ever get put in a situation where I'm against an enemy that I can't apply a dot to on C35, it's bad. It's real bad. And Melee has a couple bosses that it simply can't access properly. Like Banshee, you can't afford to be in range of her for more than a couple seconds. Drill, you mechanically can't hit most of the time because his hitboxes won't allow it. So things like that can be very impactful on C35, where the enemies just have more HP, so you notice the problems for longer. The problems are always there. It's just, if you're on Chaos 1, you can just brute force it, because things don't have enough health. But on C35, they do. About to get Wonderlands and Epic. Want to know if you have a creator code. I don't have a creator code set up right now because I changed some stuff around, but I do have an affiliate link, Trey. If you order through this link, then the way it'll work is you'll get emailed a code. It goes through the 2K store, and it's for an Epic launcher copy of the game. But I do get compensation from 2K when you use that link, so that does help me. Maybe this is the wrong way to view this. I've only played PvP games for years. This game's just PvE, right? So why do strong OP items need to be nerfed? You're essentially just playing for enjoyment and dungeon farming, not killing other players with OP items. So the thing with that, inspired by Green, is that longevity is affected by balance in these kinds of games. And these games, especially looter games, where the goal is to get people playing the game for a long time, at the very least through the entirety of the content release season. And especially if we look at, say, Borderlands 3, which had, and Borderlands 2 as well, had this multiple seasons of content. Now, BL2 didn't do it in 2 season passes, BL3 formally did, but, you know, modern Borderlands games do multi-season of content. And a board player does not stay to consume the content, they do not amplify the content releases to their friends, they do not talk about the IP, they don't care, they just move on to other games. And what bores players fast? A game where they feel like their choices don't matter, where there's only a couple things they could use because the difference in power between those things and the rest is too vast. A multi-class system where there's the class to use and then the other ones. Balance bores communities. And we can see the long-term impacts of a poorly balanced game by, once again, I'm going to keep bringing it up because it's a topic in the minds of a lot of the Borderlands community right now. Borderlands 2 gets a lot of praise, but the part people omit from that game is that even the people who love that game to death do not play its endgame. You'll occasionally have people who do endgame speedrunning, time trial stuff like Lazy, and there's others who do that as well. But the vast majority of people who still actively talk about, play, and enjoy that game willfully ignore either the top 2 difficulty levels of OP 9 and 10, or sometimes in combination with that, the raid bosses. They just don't, because the balance is not in a state where they feel like they can experiment, do off-meta things, or even enjoy the content, even on the meta things. They just ignore it. And that's the product of poor balancing over a long period of time. Games with better balance have longer community lifetimes. And that is not only better for the people who enjoy the product, that is better for the dev and the publisher, because more people talking about your IP makes more people willing to buy the next thing in that IP. Does that make sense? Gun Frost build with Spore Burr, all I do is change my amulet from Frost damage to something else, get the luck stat. Well, luck stat doesn't improve your damage, so yeah, you're trading something that gives damage for something that doesn't. That makes a lot of sense. Wish we could spam Wyvern cutting reload animations a bit like Zaitz's Eruption would be cool. A little unbalanced, though. Hey, Resolve. I was sick today, so I got told to see a strange doctor. Nothing about that yet, please. I might go to see that, depending on how, cases are in this area. It's spiking right now, so it's kind of unsafe for me. Hey, homie Data. Oh, that one again? Yeah, that paused again. You have a video on this build? I do not have a video. I should make that though. Dag. I'll be working on it. Hey Jim, maybe. How you doing? Excellent write-up, White Nurse. Yes, that's a good one, Lazy. I think Spell Shot should be left alone for now. Some other classes need a little bit of love. The thing with that, Mr. Black Guy, is what happens when you... Okay, let's look at the class situation. You have 6 classes, right? You have Spell Shot, which is unquestionably in its own tier of power. And then the other 5 fall in different places. What is more likely to go smoothly? Adjusting one thing or adjusting 5 things? Would it be fair to say that there is a greater potential for catastrophe trying to fine-tune 5 things rather than 1? Understood, I hear you. Yeah, at the end of the day, you know, I don't expect everyone to agree with me here. I'm just expressing my opinions, and this is a conversation I do enjoy having. But a class that can kill faster, clear content faster than the other 5 classes, while literally not equipping weapons or gearing in the same ways at all. Like, you don't need weapons, enchantments, specific parts on anything. You just need to, like, take the big number stuff, and Spell Shot performs at a capacity that others can't match, and fills their roles better than they do. Like, Berserker and Stabbomancer have melee-focused stuff, Spell Shot's still a better melee character than them. The Spore Warden has a lot of gun stuff, Spell Shot's better at that too. Graveborn has pet stuff, Spell Shot's better at that. Like, careful Wastard ain't fun. He's fine if you got a decent build. Be a great software dev if you aren't already. I don't think I have the technical knowledge for that. I'm just an enthusiastic fan. I see my wife felt that, I think. We were playing Chaos 1530 with Buffmeister, started over, and she said she's glad she did because she's starting to get a little bored. Now she's clobbering a Spore and loves 2 companions. Right, like, if you have something in your back pocket that you know can just kind of wipe out everything, it's like turning on a cheat code in a game. It can be fun for a bit, and you can enjoy the power fantasy, but eventually it's going to negatively impact how you view the longevity of the game. Because if you know that's there, if you know it's an option, eventually you're going to cave, or you're going to see a lot of other people who are caving. I missed one of my melees.
Focus on that one.
You think that hurts? I'll show you real hurt.
Something important to do with Son of a Witch is if you're not confident in your ability to dodge his attacks, just, like, use the terrain.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Hey Emily, how you doing? Boss seems to be the most fun to me, but boy, it needs love. Less than people say it does. I'd argue, yeah, there's some things about it that could be tuned up, but less than you'd think. Clawbringer has good stuff in there, it's just, it's access to damage formula, and it's got a couple identity issues. And, Cleansing Flames is kind of bad as well, but yeah, minor buffs. Would be welcome. Build is that? I can go over it for you in a minute here. That was one of my slower kills on this because I made several mistakes, but this is a good showcase of the impact of picking good bossing weapons. Son of Witch can be very much a drag if you do not have something in your setup designed specifically to counter bosses. That's why running around and mobbing, I mostly use the Rogue Imp and the Kettle Drum, and then in bossing, Torg Stickies in multiple varieties are a great bossing option. It's not limited to just those. You've got the Rain of Arrows shotgun is a fantastic bossing tool for this boss in particular. Some bosses, the liquid cooling is a great option. The sawmill sniper rifle is amazing for bossing. Rain of Arrows because Rain of blowing myself up. Depends on which enemy you use it on. If you get something like Son of a Witch, where he'll stand still for long periods of time and he's on flat terrain and you have the opportunity to create that distance, it works very well. Great Bow's great. Show the torque guns? Yeah, let me kill this raid boss first. I do a situational action skill swap in this fight. I change from the Shadows to Blizzard. Because the mechanics from the Shadows, basically, the way it functions is, sure, everything crits, but you just get a flat 25% damage penalty. So, because when you trigger the mechanics of the loop, the weak spot is just there, and you can crit without from the Shadows. It's better to switch to Blizzard for that portion of the fight. That's what I do. Popped it a little early, but been liking Fear Knots for bossing. Fear Knots of all flavors are great for bossing, yeah. Honestly, Spore feels the weakest to me, but I haven't tried all the others. That's the interesting thing about this game. People will come to different conclusions about what the quote-unquote weakest classes are. And it ultimately is situational and subjective to a degree. Now, Spellshot is of a tier of power where it's unquestionably the strongest, but in terms of where the other ones fall, that's up for interpretation. Yeah, the guns, this is the shotgun I've been using. It's a ×18 body rocker, volatile, cryo, 3 mag. So the thing with Toric Stickies is they get a damage multiplier based on the number you've applied to the enemy. So this one has an 18% sticky multiplier. So I'm shooting 18 times per shot, and I'm getting an 18% damage increase for each of those individually. Boosting the mag size on this up to a point where you can fire 3 shots without reloading is optimal in this instance. So we can apply all these stickies and then detonate them all, and they all get a massive damage increase, and it chunks bosses. Same logic applies to Luddites, the pistols. The assault rifle you would want of this variety is the Encapsulator. You want ×3 for that as well. So you go ×18 if possible for shotguns, ×3 if possible for pistols, and ×3 if possible for assault rifles. You can do launchers as well, but that's a little more setup intensive, and I wouldn't consider it relevant to the majority of builds. It's more of a specific thing. Other guns I was using this Rogue Imp a lot for mobbing. I didn't use the Kettle Drum in this run, but we'll do another one where I used it. Twin Soul with Amp and Echo. It lets me balk an enemy to deliver a bunch of additional damage, but also to prime myself for my next 3 shots to do more damage. We got a Shark's Bane with pistol mag size shotgun crit, and we got a Shark's Bane with shotgun crit and pistol crit damage. Body Rune with while health is full enchant. That's why that Son of a Witch kill was slow. I let him hit me, so I lost this effect. Honestly, skill issue. Got a Corrupted Plate Mail with points in Exploit Their Weakness and Potent Poisons. A Theurge with gun mag size and reload speed. And a Spectral Talents for the extra flak flavor. This spell is not optimal here. This is just a theme park pick, because this kind of reminds me of Fadeaway on flak. And this reminds me of Rack Attack. Well, that's why I run that, just for funsies. It's not always about being, completely optimal. Sometimes it's about being fun. And skill tree wise, we go down to 1 point in Elusive, 1 point in Contagion. In this tree, Stabbo is largely here for From the Shadows and Exploit Their Weakness, honestly. This is mostly a Spore Warden build. We go down to Play the Angles. Play the Angles requires a crit to roll the chance. So From the Shadows gives you maximum consistency with that. Wrath of Nature is good in mobbing. Headhunter is good if I have an available crit spot. And the mag size here helps me with the sticky tech. And otherwise, it's just a very standard gunplay build. Seems Deceptic's BL3 run yesterday was well received. Yes, Deceptic's was a GDQ yesterday. Doing BL3 speed mod run. And he's also going to be at Summer GDQ with BL2 Geared Salvador. So, glad to see Deceptic's getting all the recognition he deserves. Fantastic speedrunner. So, Radiation Wonderland's correct. We have Dark Magic as the new element this time around. And Cryo is mechanically different. The entire elemental system is really reworked in this game, honestly. You have your best spell shot or whoever ran a Chaos 35 with your best build to Buffmeister, identically run a Buffmeister, how much faster would it be done? Depends on the setup. It's not that clear cut inspired by green. So spell shot is like you just use direct damaging spells and you don't need a Buffmeister there. It's more of a thing that people use on setups where, like, so this build, for example, I'm using Spectral Talons here because it's fun and enjoyable. And a question I've gotten multiple times playing this build is, wouldn't Buffmeister be better? And yes, it would, but it wouldn't be better because it's interesting. It'd be better just because it gives big number in a boring way. And the reason I detest the item so much is because it actively suppresses the creativity of the community. Because people view the game through the lens of Buffmeister or not Buffmeister, rather than, hey, why'd you pick that individual thing? In most cases, unless you're trying to directly damage something with a spell, or spam a spell for some sort of other effect, like Sanguine Sacrament heal if you're a Graveborn, or Theurge Amulet here, it's just gonna be better. And I don't think an item should be almost universally better like that. I think it should be more situational. And that item does so many things. It's 7 effects, 6 or 7 effects in one item, when they could have just split that into a bunch of different spells, which would have people pick the right tool for the right situation. You have a YouTube channel? I do, Marmaloot, but honestly, I'm more of a live content guy, and I've not uploaded to my main YouTube channel since a bit before Wonderlands came out. I might change that at some point soon, but I do more live content. I do have a secondary YouTube channel where I upload my VODs from the streams, but I don't do a lot of YouTube form content. An item that gives 60% move speed and nothing else, I would use it in a lot of setups. It'd be very enjoyable. Split it into at least 3 different ones, has it been? Yeah, because it gives... Remove the word effects, you know, the bonk, zap, pew, ka-chow, those all have effects on their own, but let's ignore those for a second. The item itself gives you that bonus element that applies to everything you do, of the element of the spell. That's enough for one item effect alone, but it also gives you a 60% move speed buff at level 40, which no other spell does. There is not a single other spell in the game that improves your movement speed. None. So it already does 2 things that nothing else in the game even attempts to do. Now, if you look at Cryo Buffmeister, that bonus element also scales up with spell damage. So that damage formula goes from, hey, global damage formula in a slot that doesn't do that for you in very many situations, to, hey, that but with better formula than most other bonus elements in the game. And then you also have various other weird things, like the spell, like the AoE you get around you when you cast it. You can get parts on the item that give it 100% crit chance, so you can trigger on crit effects with higher consistency than most other spells as well. Then you have the fact that the words. Bonk gives you melee damage. No other spell does that. Ka-chow gives you ability stuff. No other spell does that. Zap gives you spell damage. It's a spell that gives you spell damage. No other spell does that. And then you have Pew, which gives you more beneficial gun stats than some entire skill trees do. You can get 2 of those word effects on with the base functionality of the item. It's not thoughtful, it's not creative, it's not interesting, and there's no investment. It robs you of your agency as a build maker by just giving you everything at once. You don't make meaningful choices, you just have everything. That is why I dislike that item. Peg Leg is pretty good? It is. Peg Leg is great. Your Nerfmeister for the Masochist? You got Bradluck for that. Buffmeister is an entire skill tree. Yes. The skill trees in this game are already comparatively weak compared to other things. Like, let's look at the raw numbers on what I'm getting stat-wise from the skill tree. I'm getting 20% gun damage, 16% cooldown, 35% ability damage, 30% mag size, 24% fire rate, 24% move speed, And those are the things that are analogous to other slots. So that's from my spore tree. Now let's look at my armor. Okay, 29.6% gun damage on only a chaotic. How much am I getting from my 5 skill points? In my gun damage skill? Oh, less than that. Already, only at chaotic, you're edging towards 50% more effectiveness on one passive than you're getting from 5 skill points. And now, keep in mind that the passives you get from these armors are infinitely less impactful than the boosts from that one spell.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
How do I really feel about it? I think it's shit, and I think if you crutch on it for your builds, you just you're taking the shortcut instead of learning how to actually succeed within the systems that the game sets up for you. I think that if any build depends on the Buffmeister to function and falls off without it, it's a shit build. It's like making a cheat engine build. Like, yeah, obviously works. Reminds me of something you said when nerfs happen. If you build revolves around one item, it's not a build. Sometimes. There's a difference between building around an item or an interaction, and depending on the power of one item to carry the rest of your subpar setup. So, for example, this build came about from me wanting to build around this shotgun. A lot of ricochets, so I'm like, okay, I want to crit a lot. From the shadows makes sense. I'm reloading a lot, this enchant makes sense. Ricochets play well with Play the Angle, so let me take that too. And the build all came together around that. But, like, the difference is, I can do this, and this build still works. Like, use Peg Leg with Caustic as a crutch. I don't think that's a crutch, I think that's just a wise use of mechanics. So you're combining the fact that Caustic gives you a buff for 10 seconds. Peg Leg also gives you a buff for 10 seconds. So if you're using a build where you're not swinging around your melee weapon for damage, but to buff your other things, that is just you learning what things you can get in what slots that you couldn't normally, and using that to improve your build. You are not dependent on that interaction, you are using it to supplement your build and make your other things shine. You are not reliant on that. The same cannot be argued of an item that individually, without any other things playing off of it, gives you more than an entire skill tree does. Scorpio is one of those you want to do? No thank you. I like From the Shadows on this. Buffmeister could make a Cleansing Flame somewhat viable. And that's a big thing, Trey. Because would you rather have the action skill be viable on its own and usable with other items? Or would you rather have it shackled to the spell that makes everything better, including other action skills than that? Like, it doesn't solve the problem. It's very comparable to, and this is weird to me, there's a lot of people now who who I can guarantee are sitting there seething if they're listening to this conversation. They're sitting there seething, hearing me fucking shit on the Buffmeister again. Absolutely hate it. Calling me elitist, all sorts of names. I get it. They exist. They're out there. Hi, love you guys too. But those same people hated the Guardian Angel in Borderlands 3 because they viewed it the same way. The thing with the Guardian Angel is it came in at a point in BO3's life where updates had slowed down to a point where balance updates were very infrequent because the game had been out for over 2 years. Or almost 2 years at that point, a year and a half. So the Guardian Angel functioned as a buff to things that would never get buffs otherwise, because the ship had sailed. But launching the game with an item that invalidates the entire system of balancing you've set up of monthly patches, weekly hotfixes, roughly, doesn't seem prudent. and then people defending that item, thus ensuring that some things will never function on their own without it. Kinda weird. So, like, it goes back to the numbers thing. Whereas, sometimes you'll see someone saying, hey, buff all the classes. It's not spell shot being the problem, buff all the classes. Okay, but, like, why would you do that? Why would you mess with 5 things when you could mess with 1? Why take the longer route that has more potential for catastrophe? Sure, leaving Buffmeister intact buffs Cleansing Flames, but you know what else you could do? You could buff Cleansing Flames and tone down the item that is invalidating an entire item slot for most builds. Like, you could just do that. How'd you tweak the Buffmeister? Divide it into a bunch of different items. Like, if you want to use your spell slot to do nothing except boost your gun's capacity, then sure, you can have just that. But you don't get the bonus element, you don't get the spell stuff, you don't get the ability stuff, you don't get the melee stuff, you get one thing. You don't get the move speed, you get one thing. If you want to use your spell slot to increase your move speed, sure, you get that, but you get one thing. That's what I would do to it. Make you choose the one thing for your build, rather than hitting a button that lets you take everything. It's the same reason we shouldn't get more skill points. Because more skill points does not mean more builds, it means you make fewer choices, which is less builds. Hey Rolls, how you doing? Good to see you. Left leg of the Buffmeister, right leg of the Buffmeister, left arm, right arm, head, and booty. Ah, we're making Exodia. I love it. Exodia throwing it back. I'm here for it. Exodia, Thickzodia. Exodia be dragging a wagon. They get speed, one roll gives movement, another gives reload, another melee swing. Yeah, just like individual things. Love this build? Hey, I'm glad. On the flip side, what spell are you enjoying the most? It's gonna depend on my build. So my poison build, for example, I use an eruption spell, a self-cast one with a singularity. Because it lets me position enemies really well to apply my dots and stuff. So for that spell, it's that. For that build, excuse me. For this one, I'm using a Spectral Talon spell because it gives me the Rack Attack vibes. And that makes me happy. It makes me smile. It's my happy place. I love Flak. On a lot of builds, I use Arcane Bolt if I want to spam a spell a lot. And that's the trade-off offered by Arcane Bolt. It doesn't do anything spectacular besides spam. Like, it's decent damage, but it's nothing crazy. But that's the identity of the item. You pick it if you're going to spam. Glacial Cascade is a great one that I enjoy for doing damage and mobbing over a wide area with a fast cooldown. Thoughts on the Twister? I like the Twister. Like it for crowd control, not really for damage. It can be nice for if there's like an Cyclops flying around. You can just kind of pin it to a wall and either deal with it or deal with other things while you wait. Twister's a nice utility item. Triple Ice Spike's fun? Yeah, Ice Spikes are very powerful. Ice Spikes of all varieties have a purpose, which I like. You can use a Storming Ice Spike for some area denial. You can use a Triple Ice Spike for maximum damage. You could use an Impaling Ice Spike for a little less damage than a triple, but faster delivery. The like ×8 Ice Spikes, I feel like those are the weakest variant other than the regular one. But they still provide a debuff that makes your other spells do more damage, so like if you want to buff up your other hand spell, that's an option you can use. See, this setup has gun damage, unlike the other one. Oh, the Tricksters? Tricksters are great, yeah, great for mobbing. See 250 million hit with Ice Spike on Reddit? It's Reddit, so no. Honestly, I think every class should be able to excel at most aspects of the game. Some class should be better at some things, like Spore should be the gun specialist alongside Spell Shot, obviously Spell Specialist, and Melee could be Stab Whipper, etc. Yeah, that'd be the ideal, Mr. Black Guy. Each class having its own sort of area where it has more to offer than other classes. And in some cases, we do have that. For example, obviously Spell Shot's a Spell Specialist, but, you know, it's also the Everything Else Specialist. But you have Stabbomancer as the Dot Specialist. It has the most things to offer dot setups, unquestionably, and it's great at that. But maintaining balance is necessary to keep those clearly defined niches. You can have a class that's good at something, not as good as another class, but if you have one that's better at most things than everyone else, that's when it's problematic. Sigils are great. Yeah, I love sigils. They're so useful. Quest Reward Sunder spell that has Shark and Sunder. It's great fun. Oh, what is that? Great Wake? Is that the name? Using Primordial Rogue Imp on this build as well? Yes. I got one as a drop from Son of a Witch this past week. Line of sight. Kettle drums roll with elements? No, they are always non-elemental. Which is part of why I'm using the Corrupted Plate Mail, because it lets me turn part of it into elemental damage. See that dark magic number that pops up? That's my Plate Mail at work. Wish I Western the Crotch does do more damage. Something about a bone joke. I don't have one prepared. Love that epic rarity weapons are actually good, unlike BO3. I love BO3, by the way. Purples are basically fodder at higher levels. Purples definitely fell off a lot in BO3 due to the Mayhem 2.0 rescaling, where they gave enemies plus 10,000% HP, and most items in the game did not get that treatment. So yeah, it's the evils of big number. So they're much more controlled in terms of enemy HP values so far in this game, which is great. I like that. Is it hidden stat like a Chow or Zap with other hidden stats like that in the game? Oh, what do you mean? Inspired by Greed. What are we referring to? My game does not like that. It's Shiner. If Spore was primary and Stab was secondary, same exact gear, would still be as strong as this? Yes, yes. Your order, like you spec into the classes, doesn't matter. I've never been sent that high before. That was scary.
Enemy in my sights. Never send a corpse to do a killer's job.
How do you easily solo C35? I mean, I've struggled with C20 before tries to beat Dragon Lord. It's all in the builds. Build synergies. And choice of weapons for the right situation. Like, you notice I was using my kettle drum in mobbing, and my rogue imp in mobbing, and I was using my stickies against bosses. You gotta use the right tool for the right situation, in all things. Blast Rate Shotgun is so good. I love that gun. It's a lot of fun. That's something I need to revisit. I want to do a Last Rites build with more fire rate, because the gun shoots kind of slow. But if you build enough fire rate to get around that, it can be very enjoyable. Some of the audience will say stuff like one of my sisters says moo, Fish Sword says something too, it doesn't mean anything to zap you. Oh, so that's just, each unique item in lands games has its own red text like that. Usually it'll just be an Easter egg, like a reference to some other pop culture thing. Sometimes, in the case of the Buffmeister, for example, it is indicative of what the item does. Buffmeister and Blank Slate, for example, the red text will actually be tied to a specific thing that not every variant of the item does. But in most cases, it's just a pop culture reference. Like, the Twin Soul text doesn't tell you anything about what the item does, but the Twin Soul's effect is that it has 2 hilt mods. I choose my primary based on their stance on the main menu. I'll never have a Berserker primary. Yo, Deceptix, how's it going? I watched you at GDQ last night. Great job, man. Great job. Chat, go follow Deceptix. Ancient Caustic. Yeah, I want that. Vampire Fish? Yeah, I could justify that. Pretty happy with how it went. Yeah, it was good. It was good. Which would tell me it did something. I tossed 2 Buffmeisters early on because I didn't think they did anything. Yeah, the idea behind them giving you the red text is it's enough to tell you that it does something, but they kind of want you to use the item and figure out what it does. Like, each unique has its own thing going on. Like, the White Rider doesn't tell you anything about what it does, other than, okay, this is something poison-related, but it works differently than every other poison SMG. It's got chaining between enemies. It's got a dual beam and a single beam mode. It's got a lot of cool stuff. Rogue Imp doesn't tell you anything about what it does, but the Rogue Imp's effect is that when it has a very low shots to break, so it reloads often. When you reload, it shoots out some birds that seek out enemies for you. Like, each item in these games has its own thing going for it, and they try to encourage you to go and experiment and see what's what. Which is further proof of the idea that balance is important, because you want people to feel motivated to experiment and use different things in different setups, right?
Think you can make it?
Face Puncher must have been the most annoying at first. Face Puncher is a great example of how power can impact other things whether you use them or not. So, in Borderlands 3, the strongest melee builds were not ones that punched things. They were ones that use the Face Puncher to shoot things, or the Stinger Shield Nova to AoE things, or the Fish Slap to grenade things, or the Blade Fury also to shoot things. And because of that, the issue where true melee, punching things in the face in that game, was terrible by comparison, the issue of that was never resolved, because what would happen is, okay, hypothetically, let's say they applied a triple buff to melee. You know, if it deals melee damage, it gets triple damage. Okay, well at that point, all the melee things have been buffed, so you still don't use punching because it still works. And there's still enemies in that game that you literally cannot melee. For example, the flying face of Hemovorus. Good luck punching that. So, like, whether you use the Face Puncher or not, it affected all forms of melee simply by virtue of its existence. So, like, you know, items do have impact beyond you using them. That's why the argument of don't like it, don't use it has never held up in these games. Because it's an ecosystem. One thing affects another just by being there. What is Livewire's mechanic? So Livewire has several mechanics, actually. It's got one where it chains lightning arcs to enemies that you shoot. It actually does shoot bullets, they're just invisible. It shoots bullets, and it has a laser that chains between enemies. The other thing it does is every other melee hit you deliver against an enemy causes a chain, like an arc of lightning between you, that enemy, and other nearby enemies. And this chain, the damage is gun damage, so it makes your melee deal an additional portion of gun damage. And this instance is based in part off of the damage of the melee hit that caused it. And additionally, it's based in part off of how many bullets are left in your magazine. So that's why you'll see a lot of people running melee builds where they have one bullet left in the mag of their Livewire. Because the gun shoots enemies in the face for them when they punch. So, like, it's got a lot of weird stuff that in no way does the game tell you any of this. Like, it sounds like an urban legend, like some use strength to push the truck to get a Mew level shit. You try to Stabbo Claw melee dot setup, and using one is doing pretty well, up to about Chaos 30. I think better gear could work pretty well at Chaos 35. It's something I tried for a bit, Flint Lockwood, but I ran into the same thing as you, where I felt lackluster for not having gear. Now that I have more stuff available to me, I might revisit it. How to get a Sandstorm? Some enemies just cause weather effects. Love how you never do the Sacred Ground side objective. I don't have the attention span for that, Pragmatic. I just simply do not.
This will be over before you can refresh it.
Oop, poorly timed. Totally my fault. There we go. Density was adjusted, not enough for Sacred Ground to be worth the time. I agree, Scroll. I agree. Catch up on chat, I was talking for a while. You ever have any instances of the crossblade seeming to not connect with enemies and do damage? Seems like I use one, sometimes hits, sometimes doesn't. The hit detection can be a little weird, Mackers. Yeah, I've noticed a couple times where I'm like, I'm sure I hit you, but it didn't work. Yeah, I don't think you're imagining that. Okay, we're good. So you got a bad case of crabs. I suppose I do. I suppose I do. Your poison build work with other elements, for example, you put a fire weapon on and it still boosts the dots? Yes, but the reason why I'm committing to poison as the primary damage dealing method is because of the Pandemicium armor. You could do similar dot tech stuff without a Pandemicium, with, like, say, a corrupted plate mail instead. For, you know, more chances at dots. But I've not experimented with that. Maybe Stone Swan has. But I find Pandemicium to be the most consistent. Check out the unique side quest weapons out. They seem dope, some at least. Yeah, I'll use one for you right now. This is one I really like, the head cannon. So this makes an explosion when you crit, and it feels like a proper hand cannon. So we can use From the Shadows to always crit. It means we get the effect on every shot. So we can just go around pew-pewing. And it's really good. Yes, this is a quest reward gun putting in work on Chaos 35. Never let anyone tell you there's no options or build diversity in this game. Never let anyone tell you that, because if someone tells you that, they are full of shit. There is a marked difference between, quote, I have not had success with, end quote, and there are no options. Try to corrupt a plate mail and it's workable but less consistent. I definitely encourage experimentation with other elements. There you go, from the Dot Man himself. Get back in from the shadows. Ouch, sir.
Oh, I blame you for trying.
There we go. Wow, that dude is really lobbing from back there. He was in cover? He was doing some Cyclops artillery shit. That's admirable. Good for you. You're really going for it, my guy. Proud of you.
You're looking for trouble?
Excuse me, stop shooting me in the face. Oh, or continue. Understandable. I did have that coming.
No one gets rid of me that easy. Appreciate the assist, little one.
What are the differences between the regular chest portal and the portal with the fancier chest? So the regular portal, the one that... So the gold chest is just loot. The one that looks like this with the crystals and the horn looking thing, that gives you the currency you spend on gear at the end of the run. All my builds feel weaker now that I'm doing Chaos. Should I farm for volatile gear? It's not that your build got weaker, it's that the enemies have more health. Enemies having more health means you need to be more on top of your build synergies to continue to do damage. You don't need to have a single volatile item or a primordial item to succeed on Chaos 35. It's not mandatory. It's helpful, but it's not mandatory. You can get by with chaotic or even normal gear as long as you have your build working well together. You have the items, the correct items for whatever it is you're trying to do. Synergies between items, more important than stats on those items. Livewire melee affect hammer throw? No. Livewire is only on actual physical melee swings.
Strike them down. See what happens?
Unless they just want to shoot things till they die, and there's a lot of ways you can go about that.
Magic strike.
Depends on what kind of weapon you're using. Depends on what action skill you want to use while shooting things to make them die. Depends on how you want to get your survivability. There's lots of ways to make that particular omelet. Had so little success with Wonderlands, I've pretty much quit playing the game for non-testing purposes. Been told spell shot's supposed to be OP as hell, so by now you'd think assembling a proper spell, only spell focus build should be relatively easy. You know what the gear you're using does, don't know what it is, I'm either blind to the facts or just looking for a shark in a river. You're definitely doing something wrong there, Lone. It might be your choice of spell. I don't know if Lazy put out his video on it yet, but Lazy made a gunless Deadshot setup. It's a Spellshot Graveborn. Just casts spells to kill everything, and it literally clears runs faster than most other builds. Happy Star Wars Day. Happy Star Wars Day, Night of the Wolf. We got any Star Wars fans in chat today? It's May the 4th. Yeah, it's on his YouTube. Yeah, Lazy's got a video. In all honesty, I don't have time to play a ton, so I'm nowhere near high cast levels, just using whatever feels fun right now. And there's nothing wrong with that flight. I honestly think most of the player base is in the situation you are. I am fortunate. I am in a position where I am able to put more hours into this because this is what I do for a living. So I have more characters at high chaos, and just, you know, by virtue of more hours, I have a little more game knowledge just by playing more. I think the intended structure of the game is to keep those casual players in a situation where they always have goals to go for, whether that's chaos levels or gear, etc., etc. So I think it's normal to be in the place you're in. Amnesia with Icebreaker, Roll, and Nova Sigil's a thing, by the way. Yeah, I've done that on several setups, Smoothface. Finished the game yesterday, and I have to say it's very fun, in my opinion, just run around without worrying too much about setup. And I'm glad you can get that enjoyment. Yeah, different people will play different games in different ways. So some people just get enjoyment out of running around, doing whatever, and not feeling pressured. And that's why I'm glad we have not one, but 2 layers of elective difficulty. You can see at the bottom of my screen I'm on Chaos 35, but additionally, as referenced in my title, I'm on Intense difficulty. So they provide 2 separate difficulty sliders to customize the amount of pressure the game puts on you, and it gives more players more options. If you don't want to feel pressured, the low difficulties are great for that. And you can stop at the one you want to stop at. You can truly customize your experience with difficulty in this game, and that's absolutely a plus. I personally like making it as challenging as possible, and I like showcasing all the crazy things you can do at the ceiling. That's how I enjoy experiencing these games, but that's just me. Everyone gets something different. Some people play this game for the story. Some people play this game for the fashion. Everyone gets something different. Is the intense difficulty per session or per player? Per player. It is client side. So you can be in a game with 3 other players, and you can be on different difficulties. You could have 2 of you on intense, 1 on relaxed, 1 on balanced, and you will all individually be affected by your own difficulty and no one else's. What are your thoughts on the economy in Wonderlands? You mean just on, like, money? Which economy do you mean? You mean Moon Orb's economy, money economy? What are you referring to precisely? Money? I feel that it's good that money actually has a purpose in this game. So in Borderlands 3, for example, money was so utterly meaningless that regularly people would hit the overflow, the integer overflow point, where you would have so much money, it would roll over to 0. Like, your money would reset to 0 because we had nothing to spend it on. The Maurice machine would move once a week, and that was something you could spend, 1 takedown's worth of money on. Okay, cool. But, like, money had no purpose in that game after you got the SDUs, because it was very easy to get those SDUs. In this game, stuff from vendors is more expensive, and we have far more SDU upgrades to get. So there's more of a purpose to the currency, which makes picking up and selling items more important, and it just makes it feel less unnecessary. I like the economy in this game in terms of money. And it's not like Borderlands 2, where you needed to spend your entire life savings to get 2 rockets from a vending machine. It's a happy medium. Are there any legendary melee weapons? Yeah, there's a lot. This is one, for example. I'm using a Twin Soul right now. The effect of this one is that, you know these little hilt modifiers you get down there? This one can get 2 different ones, and it can roll in any combination of 2 hilt mods. It's very cool. There's legendaries for each item slot. I started a new playthrough and stuck mostly with the main quest with the focus of leveling up. I made it to level 40, Chaos 5, where I really started to struggle. Now I'm playing the side missions to hopefully get better gear. I have to stay saving the side missions till later is fun as hell. I really hope for more story maps, side missions, and future DLCs. I love the side areas as well. J-Ottersea, probably. Let me know if I butchered it. I love the side areas. Mount Craw is amazing. I love Mount Craw. I don't do the Oasis area enough. Maybe out of my dislike of Celissa, but I need to do it on more of my characters. I love that they had really well fleshed out side areas, and it felt less kind of tacked on than the way they did in previous games. Haha, Sawtooth Cauldron, haha, Electricity. I love the map design, but not much else about it. It just felt more cohesive in this game. I love that they did that. Legendary Axe is Battle Axe. I said for each item slot, Irish. Can Primordials roll with 3 hilts? No. Primordial, all that the Chaos tier rarities do is they give you multiple character levels more of stats. So a Primordial is plus 6 character levels on the stats. So this is equal to the stats on what a normal level 46 headcanon would be. Volatile is plus 4 character levels, and Chaotic is plus 2 character levels. That's the only thing it affects. Now with wards, that creates an interesting situation where you might want lower chaos tier, on certain wards that you want to break more often because you just get more capacity. And it makes chaos tiers more important on certain slots than others. Like, the increase on stats you get on rings is extreme. This is a chaotic Sharksbane versus a volatile. My chaotic one has 5% less gun damage than the other one. And that's not even including the passes at the bottom. And then the unique effect of the item, the increased damage to shark enemies, that goes up as well. Certain item slots scale up very heavily with chaos tiers. But it doesn't, add anything. It just increases the value of what's already there. What else can we use? Let's go back to the poison build. I feel like playing that. Someone asking what a takedown in BO3 is. Maybe you can inform them better. So a takedown is like a Borderlands take on a raid. I suppose it's fair to say more people are familiar with the raid on Digistruct Peak. And the takedowns are kind of like a fully realized version of that. You basically go through an area of mobbing, progressing through a large map, and then you have a boss encounter, and then you go through another area of mobbing, and then you have another boss encounter. And that's the layout of the 2 takedowns in Borderlands 3. The Malawan takedown was probably the most well-received piece of endgame content Gearbox ever made. Guardian takedown is a little more polarizing. The more hardcore players like myself really enjoyed it. The more casual players maybe didn't. But I still think Guardian takedown had an important role in kind of priming people for this game, in that the bosses in this game actually have, threatening attacks and mechanics. And traditional lands game design doesn't have that. Takedowns did a lot to prime people for the kinds of combat there'd be in Wonderlands. Tried Diamond Guard? I've not yet, because I just can't really imagine giving up Snake Stick. Snake Stick is so useful here. Like, I spawn these little guys, and then they do that. Alright, takedown's the best one for me. I love the boss design. Me too, Pericles. Me too. Sounds like featured runs. Does kind of sound like featured run, doesn't it? Now on takedown also did bosses that aged phenomenally considering out-of-hand power got. Yes. Yes, they did. Imagine a Mirror Mystery, but one long map and good. Yup. 50% status chance and damage though? Yeah, after wailing on an enemy a bunch of times and getting nothing for it but that. I can run a Caustic Snake Stick, and I get 30% status effect chance and damage after one hit. And for each hit, up to 4, I think, I get a Hydra that deals melee damage. More instances of damage with more chances of dots, and it dealing melee damage means it can trigger Alchemical Agent if it crits. It's more stacks of Faithful Brawls, which is more damage. Snake Stick just does more for this setup than Diamond Crown does. Just flat out. What are you running to make your poison build so good? If you ask me again in the loot room, Mr. Black Guy, I can go over it for you. I prefer to go over, like, build overview in depth at the end of runs so I don't get distracted because I don't trust myself with my attention span. That's why I always say that. But in general, I'm using the right side of Stabomancer's tree. And I'm spamming as many physical, like, instances of damage as possible. So I've got a bunch of bonus elements, I'm using things that hit a bunch of times where possible, I'm using a bunch of pets, because I'm trying to get as many chances to apply dots as possible. And then I'm using the Stabomancer's Contagion skill, and the Pandemicium Legendary Armor effect to apply dots across very wide areas as much as I physically can. The core of the damage is Stabomancer's Contagion skill. And this is a good example of what we talked about before where a character has an identity. Stabomancer, because of the right side of its skill tree, just the right column here, is unquestionably the dot specialist. There's some things certain other classes can provide to dots, but Stabomancer does the most for the concept. So I think that's good tree design in that regard. Is the rest of Stabo, it's kind of mid, but... Honestly, love what they did with the bosses in this game. My only gripe is that I'm a melee main and some bosses you just can't do with primarily melee setups like Dragon Lord. I love the boss of actual attacks. You have to learn to dodge instead of just hurling non-stop damage at you Verasta style. Yeah, I agree. There's a couple bosses that I feel are just kind of unnecessarily melee unfriendly. Like, Dragon Lord, you can still melee the whole fight with the exception of Bernadette. But Drill, like, physically Drill's hitbox does not allow you to melee most of the time. Like, you can go up to him, enter Dreadwind, and only at one very specific angle on his left hip can you actually connect with the action skill. It just physically doesn't register. And then you have Banshee, who has just a murder aura around her. If you get close to Banshee, you just go poof. Things like that are unfortunate when it comes to boss design. Is there a Frost Snake Stick? Yes. Yes, you can. Think of Berserker, it's best to have Frost weapons on them. Sometimes, inspired by green. Ultimately, in most situations, it's better to match elements. I am forcing poison on most things right now, not because it's, like, optimal for these targets, but because my armor effect wants me to apply poison dots. Poison dots start the chain of me doing all these other elements. So that's why I'm committing to poison here. Committing to Frost and Berserker initially sounds like a good idea, but you do still want to match elements where possible. So, honestly, if you're doing a Snake Stick Berserker thing, I would say get as many elements as possible. And let's say you're fighting a boss with an armor bar, you'd use a poison one there. Fighting a boss with a bone health bar, you'd use a cryo one, etc. Drill and Banshee, piece of shit. I always get stuck at them and love my cast levels in Dragon Lord. Yeah, Dragon Lord's just long. He's not difficult, and it's just like Bernadette. Like, this is a build that has trouble with Bernadette, because I don't have gun damage, so it just takes a while. Anything I can't dot is a weakness in this build. Is this day hotfix day? No, that's tomorrow loading. If there is one. I had to check, see what day of the week it was. Since damage increased by matching elements actually end up out damaging the elemental boost from amulets. It always feels like getting 40% element damage with those is bad. It very much out damages zippers. Yeah, like, yeah, a lot. Matching elements, unless you have extreme overinvestment into a particular element, it's just gonna do more. Because something important to remember is you not only have bonuses for matching, you have penalties for not matching. So you're getting a bonus if you match, a penalty if you don't, and then your other boosts are factored in each case. So matching is just a good rule to follow. It's why right now my fire dots from my body rune are ticking harder than my poison dots, despite the fact that I have 0 sources of fire damage on this build, with the exception of what I have from my myth rank, which is, how much do you get in here? Where's fire damage here? 30%. I have 30% from myth rank, but I have more poison damage than that over here, plus the poison damage from myth rank. Yet, on flesh, my fire dots deal more. It's because element matching. Finally got to a point in the game where I have multiple different options for the cash chamber runs, and holy cow, the game really opens up. I'm freaking loving it. Thank you for giving me so many ideas resulting in hours of enjoyment. Hey, my pleasure, Foster. I'm glad it's working out for you. Makes sense, thank you. You're very welcome. Welcome back, Sora. Last time I fought Dragon Lord, just used a spare liquid cooling for Bernadette. I still almost ran out of ammo because of lack of gun damage. Yeah, same boat, Flint. The reason why I now keep Torg stickies on this save is for when I need to deal with an enemy like that, because I don't have gun damage either. Anything I can't dot in this setup, I kind of run into the same problem you do on your melee. Cat, what are you doing? Yeah, no, Moveface. That's not why. I realize you're probably shitposting, but there's gonna be some people who come to the conclusion that that's actually why. It's no. Because guess what? Equip that. You still can't swing your melee weapon to hit the dragon. It still doesn't work. And guess what? Not everyone has the gun stuff, so like, you need guns for Bernadette, specifically guns. Now, you could use some of the very few spells that have physical projectiles that allow you to interact with Bernadette in that way. That's the thing, before someone brings that up. But the vast majority of builds are going to have to resort to, hey, shoot gun.
Got some real anger issues. You know that, right?
My arcane arts will
Hammer and Anvil we're taking for Claw seems fun. I haven't built around it yet, but possibly. Hey, Benny the Goat, how you doing? Go, Gadget Snake Stick. That was a good dot. Good job, Snake Stick. Oh, 156 mil. You guys see that? Could someone clip that? That was 156 mil fire dot that just killed Son of a Witch. Is the Ragnarok any good? I tried it like once and it was really underwhelming. Wonder if there's any builds to make it work for ranged melee attacks. I think it's intended as kind of a mid-range option. Weird notification. I think it's intended as like a mid-range option. but like the range is very limited, the damage is poor, and there's better options for that. I've been kind of consistently underwhelmed by the Ragnarok, but others might have had more success. I personally find myself preferring other melee weapons, but that's a subjective thing. Rip Blaster, thank you, Moiki. I appreciate it. Let me watch this back. Sorry, it was 158. I downplayed it a little bit. It was 158. That looks like an 8. Yeah, 158 mil. And there's a 39 mil there as well. Almost 200 mil. Beautiful. If you guys want to know how this build works, I've gone over it a couple times, but I enjoy explaining this. So the thing that caused that was Contagion. Stabmancer's Contagion skill causes dots to be able to apply other element dots at half value. But Contagion dots can also trigger more Contagion dots. And the formula for each subsequent dot includes status effect damage again. In this setup, we have about 230% status effect damage with every enchantment and stuff up. More often, we're hovering around 170 to 200%. Someone should just clip it at this point. Probably Benchwarmer. Probably. I should just make a video like people have been asking me, but I hate editing. I can't be bothered. Basically, Contagion, if you get over 100% status effect damage, each subsequent trigger of Contagion does more damage, more potential damage rather than less. There's still the factors of element matchups and which enemy it goes to, etc. So there's a bit of RNG to it. But we basically force as many chains of this as we possibly can by having lots of individual instances of damage. Pandemicium, when you have a poison status effect on an enemy, has a chance to explode, and that explosion can also apply status effects. Poison. Coincidentally. So this is a really useful tool for improving consistency. Our armor also has 3 extra points in Contagion, so we have a 48% chance for this to happen whenever we apply a dot. And lots of extra instances of damage can be achieved through various means. Body Rune is applying 1 to everything we do. Snake Stick Hydras have their own chances. We have Alchemical Agent from any of our melee crits. We have Sand of the Soul on our spell. We have Blast Gasp on our spell. All that stuff. Status effect directly related to elemental damage, like what's the difference? Elemental damage is the damage of anything that is not a white damage number. So, do I have a non-elemental anything on me right now? I don't think I do. Is there anything on the ground I can point to for this? So this is a non-elemental melee weapon. It doesn't apply a status effect. It's just white number when you hit something. Elemental damage does not apply to that. Now, if it was any other element, like this Blazing Volley is fire. So this gets both fire damage boosts and elemental damage boosts. Now, if you see right below the mag size where it says 370 damage per second and 23% chance, that is the chance and damage of the status effect that this gun is capable of applying, the damage over time. That is what status effect means. It's that damage over time. Hey, Aaron Balfour. Have you tried Slam and Salmon for guaranteed poison procs? I'm messing around with the dot build and wanted to try that myself. Just need a decent one. I've been thinking about it as well. I've not gotten a good enough one to test yet. I would want to get one with probably Caustic and then try that out on this setup. But yeah, it's something I'm working towards. Worth including the explanations of status count cap. Right, so you can have up to 5 dots on an enemy at once. But Contagion checks dot application as well. So even if you already have 5 on an enemy, if you just keep applying more, it'll start replacing the ones you already have, but it'll just be more chances for Contagion to trigger. So, it's fine. So this build just kind of works by spamming chances. It's all dice rolls. Why didn't they make non-elemental items? Because non-elemental items have a higher base damage. So if I was to This is a good comparison. So let's look at these two. This is a cryoludite, and this is a fire one. And these have, I believe they have the same parts. One has an accuracy accessory. But different elements have different base values. So cryo weapons have more. Non-elemental weapons have the most to compensate for them not having a status effect. And element matchups are different depending on what you're targeting. Non-elemental is neutral to everything. So you don't get a bonus for element matching, nor do you get a penalty. You also don't get elemental damage in your formula, and there's no status effect. But to compensate for all the downsides, you get that neutrality that I mentioned, and you get a higher base damage than the same item would get if it rolled in an element. But cryo is beneficial against bone, weak against everything else. Each element will have something that it's way better against and something it's way worse against, while being slightly negative against everything that it is not, you know, the counter or the vulnerability of. Use a salmon, yeah, it's good for kickstarting Pandemisium, also a proc and caustic at the same time. Ooh, that sounds fun. I'll have to get a good one. You like Minesweeper? Contagion's a lot like Minesweeper, yeah. Wonder if some weapons are just meant to be dot weapons. Likely. Magic Barrel Hyperius shotguns are very dot heavy. It was Hyperius, right, Stone Swan? Just dropped a Chaotic Paradigm for Great Burr for melee damage. Interesting. Spamming the chances, you're welcome to see myself out now. You get back here loading so I can appreciate you properly for that top quality humor. That was a 2 mil? Hello? That was just one little contagion chain and it did 2 mil. $2 mil on random goblin. So you see the numbers can definitely vary. Some enemies will survive for a while, like this guy, because I didn't have great RNG. Others will just poop instantly.
I sense the fear.
The Borderlands 3 event? Ooh. Gigamind kills for a new head. That's cool. Could a White Rider Spore Ricochet build work? To my knowledge, Play the Angles is not triggered by the White Rider. To my knowledge. Not 100% sure on that. It might be I've just never paid close enough attention, but I don't believe it works. Are you getting the Sword of Souls as a weapon? Pick up more than one mode at a time? Yeah, you can carry 3, Robot. If the game lets you pick them up at all. Is that what Fatebreaker's supposed to be? Yeah, isn't Fatebreaker Sword of Souls? Yeah, because... Yeah, that's totally what Fatebreaker is. I remember the lore. I pay attention.
Magic's back on the menu.
Make Fatebreaker better. It's really good at restoring wards. Not much else. But if we had more incentive to, you know, restore wards in that way, it'd be cool. Just for damage dealing purposes, it's not fantastic. It's good at visual pollution too, that it is. Yeah. Played a couple hundred hours of Tyranny and RPG with players called Fate Binder and I keep wanting to call Fate Maker that. Understandable. What god is this? Sorry, it's already asked. Nothing to be sorry about. This is the White Rider. And it's actually a great day to go farming for this. Currently, the drop source for this item, Son of a Witch, aka Wastard, has increased drop rates. The featured run rolls over tomorrow, but currently he's in the featured run as well. So if you want to farm this, it is the best possible time to get a good one of these. I happen to get this one by doing lots and lots and lots of runs. It's a really good gun, just in general. It just also happens to be very good at dot stuff, so that's why I'm using it here. Farming Wastard easier said than done. You can farm it at low chaos levels, Irish. That's the thing. You could get geared for like Chaos 35, and then you could farm him on like Chaos 20 if you're okay with just getting a volatile. Or if you just want a good parts chaotic one, which could be better than a bad parts primordial, even. You just go for it on like Chaos 1 and go until you get a good parts chaotic. There's lots of ways to take advantage. Increased rates from previous days. The featured bosses are always increased rates. So whatever's in the current featured runs has an increase to its drop rates. Currently that means Droll and Son of a Witch have increased drop rates. Hi, cat. Hi. Overshot is the most important thing to look for. Yeah, it makes the White Rider a lot stronger. More reloads, but a lot more DPS. Good to see you again, Invictus. How you doing? So I have a farming goal for the day. Let's go. Managed to come up for air. Spacepunk's open beta's out. Oh yeah, yeah. I remember about that game. I'll have to give it the time of day. I've just still been unable to play other games. I almost played Hades yesterday, chat. I almost booted up Hades, and then I just decided to play more of this. This game kind of owns me. Just, I want to play this game constantly. Poison build is sweet. Hey, I'm glad you think so. Hey Soccer Chick, how are you? Played Risk 2 yesterday as my first non-Wonderlands game. I still need to properly get good at Void Fiend, because Void Fiend from the newest Risk of Rain 2 update, super cool character. Very complex compared to the other ones in terms of, the things you need to do to succeed. And I enjoy it. I got like the Monsoon clear skin and everything, and I know how to play it, but I want to get really good at Void Fiend. It's so fucking strong, it really is. Good, thank you. Hope you're well. Doing great today. Doing great. Started the Eclipse climb. It's fun. I've not done any Eclipse at all. Never even attempted. Maybe I need to get into that. $50 corrupted items for 100% corruption, so fun. Oh, is that how it works out, Pico? That's cool. I honestly just usually limit the healing I take, and I just constantly make sure I'm being hurt. It's the low effort way. Seems like I can get a lot of poison drops recently, so I changed to poison build. Good to see poison control to C35. Yeah, it's kind of a Stabbomancer specific thing if you're committing to poison to this degree. but I like that it's something that is uniquely this class. This is built around the Stabomancer's Contagion skill. That's what's allowing this to scale up so well. And I like building around a class mechanic like that. Why am I even attempting to do that? Okay, what do we got boss-wise? Eclipse 8 is back to normal difficulty since Ben's got nerfed. Yeah, they nerfed the raincoat. Nightmare again? Okay. This game needs its piss, just the dot flush part. Yeah, that'd be cool somewhere. Yeah. Eclipse 1 is fine, it's just starting each room at 50% HP. Oh yeah, that's not too bad. It's not too bad. There you go, Snake Sticks, do the thing. Go, my children. See, that's why I won't get rid of Snake Stick, chat, because it does that. Or what? Snake Stick. Yes, a Kanye South Park joke. Yes, Snake Stick. This. Whenever you melee, it spawns a Hydra that shoots at enemies for you, and this Hydra counts as melee damage. Schneck Stick. Try that new Rainbolt spell. Isn't that all about status effects? Lamp, you good? My lamp went out. It's been doing that. I need a new one. Oh, my shit's breaking. Yeah, Rainbolt is good at applying status effects, but unfortunately it doesn't have a great damage delivery. Like, this one is very wide radius, singularity, respectable cooldown, and still a 50% status. Volatile blank slate with nothing on it. Beautiful. So Rainbolt is something I was trying for this build and didn't work out the way I wanted it to. What am I rolling for here? What do I want? I wanted something specific, but I don't remember. So, when in doubt, armor. Okay, but rainbow? Yeah, rainbows are pretty. Snakes in this build, Caustic Echo. Oh, I hovered it. Yeah, Caustic. There's not a lot of slots where you can get status effect chance. In fact, it's only Amulet passive, where you can get up to 2 rolls. Caustic or Diamond Guard hilt, and then there's an enchantment as well for status effect chance. Those are the only places you can get it. So I try to grab it wherever I can. Does an empty blank slate do anything? It just gives the XP bonus. Where is it? Yeah, it increases experience gain. You get that. Roll torque rocket launchers. I should do that. Yes. Volatile amalgam with +3 magic bullets. Alright, game. Calm down. Calm yourself.
All this fun? The Tilt-A-Whirl, yeah.
It's a plate mail. Spellshot Graveborn. The skills are so underwhelming. I feel like the Rainbolt, TNT, Barrel, and Marshmallow are all just memes. Well, each of them has kind of an interesting thing going for it. Rainbolt, as was pointed out, guaranteed status effect. That can be useful. Like, it's something you could use in this build, and the difference between something like a specific part of spell like this is there's no drop source for this. You just have to luck into this like, non-unique I'm using. But a Rain Bolt, you can go target farm. You can just go get a Rain Bolt and be good. So that's an advantage of it. The Dynamo, the TNT spell, it's the only spell I've found that does self-damage, and that can be useful for certain effects. So that's a use for it. Marshmallow has a wide splash radius and can be used competitively for damage with some investment, but also you can eat the marshmallow to heal. Like, you can spawn it, and then eat it, and you heal. And the Barrel Maker, that one's more meme, but it does have a very wide splash radius and a decent card damage, so you could probably make that competitive. This game only available on Epic. If you're trying to get it on PC, yes, Epic Game Store only. Now, if you don't want to buy directly through the storefront, if you want your money to go through 2K and support me, you can use this affiliate link, and it'll go through 2K Store, and Zola will send you a code for the Epic Store. So you don't have to buy it through that storefront. And honestly, I launch all my games through desktop icons anyway, so I forget which launcher things are on.
You go on ahead.
I don't think spells have been tested or used enough. I want to try Marshmallow stuff. Yeah, more experimentation with spells. It's cool. Best XP grind after beating story. I personally like doing the overworld stuff, Cliff, because it allows you to get the notable things you want out of the way, like getting all your shrine bonuses. So I like doing that. And then if you still have some XP you need to get after that, something I've heard a lot of people like doing is farming Zomboss. But usually the overworld stuff's enough to get you there. I don't know what the objective was, I wasn't paying attention. Party time. Please. Yeah, robot. Yeah, it is almost like that, huh? Yesterday it was Saw Blades we learned a bit about. Yeah, they ended up not being melee, but Saw Blades still do have a bunch of interesting applications. And in particular, Saw Blades are a good pick on this build. Them being poison helps Pandemicium tech out a lot. They've got a good status effect chance, decent damage, wide coverage. You get some radius. Saw Blades are a good range delivery method of poison dots. And you can shoot out a bunch of Saw Blades while holding the trigger on your White Rider. If you want maximum poison dots, like, per second. Alright, my lamp is... Kinda need that for the lighting, because it's dark outside. Lechance for Zomboss if you're boss grinding for XP. Lechance if you have process quicker generally. There you go. Thank you. Overworld stuff, get marbles, obelisks, and rune switches, complete optional area missions that should get you easily to level 40. Yeah. And getting all those collectibles, each category of collectibles you finish out gives your character a permanent passive bonus. And additionally, any quests you complete that have quest rewards, those quest rewards get added into your vendor pools. So if you want to ever get them at higher chaos tiers later, having done them once could be helpful, depending on which ones. Lamp? Chat, what is wrong with my lamp? Why is all of my shit breaking? I have a shopping cart of stuff I need to replace. And I just can't bring myself to order it because there's so much and there's always something else. Got the encroaching darkness modifier. Pain. Suffering. It's an old lamp. I think I have a slightly less old lamp somewhere I could replace it with. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, that's what dot duration does to you. Don't do dots, kids. Nice one, Green. I did not time that sip well. Nothing, I mean nothing is worse than nasty spells. I'd say situationally, Elemental Overflow could be like as bad or worse, but it's definitely between the two. It's between those two. What enchants do you suggest for this build? So there's two status effect enchants. There's one that's action skill start, chance, and damage. And then there's the other one that's action skill end, damage, and duration. These are both very nice to have. In terms of my other slots, I'm running companion stuff to boost my snake stick Hydrus. But you could use other things there if you so choose. I'd recommend avoiding gun damage because it doesn't affect your dots. Even if the hit from the gun is bigger because of gun damage, the dot doesn't actually get bigger. So I'd avoid gun damage. Spell damage could be nice if you want to, you know, kill more things with your spell directly, I guess. Ability damage helps your Dark Hydras and your Blast Gasp, so that's okay, if you were to go with that. Elemental enchants? Elemental enchants are a little awkward here, because the only one you're doing with any sort of consistency, element-wise, is poison. And I suppose fire because of body rune. So if you're going to use an elemental enchant, use either the just all elements one or, you know, those two. But I prefer companion stuff, personally. What does Last Gasp do exactly, if anyone knows? So it gives you a bunch of reload speed and fire rate, the values of which are listed on the card, while it's broken. But it also gives you 10% ammo regen while it's broken. And 10% ammo regen is the largest source of ammo regen in the entirety of the game. It is extremely impactful. 10% might not sound like a lot, but remember that it's 10% of your final mag size. So, if you have a bunch of mag size boosts, that 10% could be a very big number you're getting back per second. Last Acid is extremely good. For reference, for anyone who played Borderlands 3, Moses' Forge capstone, the Green Tree capstone that gave ammo regen, that was only 5%. Last Gasp is double that.
Fine, your smile is all I need.
Strange that Elemental doesn't work for dots. It does. Just Contagion dots have a limited formula in terms of what things they check. And dots are picky about what multipliers feed into them. Basically, on hit modifiers, it's very picky. This is why spell shots, magic bullets, will boost your dots applied by guns, because it calculates essentially at a different time than other things listed as gun damage do. For the same reason, Amp is good for gun dots. But I'm using a weapon that fires fast enough that I wouldn't get good amp value. If I was to use this crossblade, for example, then amp gets a little bit of value, because I'm shooting far more infrequently. So the dots from that would get very big. What about Sword and Skill gives ammo regen? Yeah, that one is 3%. at 3 out of 3, it's 1% per point, which is far smaller, but still helpful. And remember, it also gives you mag size. So at 3 out of 3, it's 30% mag size and 3% ammo regen, which is less than what you get from last gas. But the mag size will enhance all of your ammo regen collectively. So combining the two can let you sustain some items for a long while. Both Lazy and myself have made builds around this ammo regen stuff with the Sawmill Sniper Rifle, which absolutely chugs your ammo, but does insane DPS. Sawmill is the highest DPS gun in the entire game. Great in both mobbing and bossing. The only downside of the gun is that it absolutely eats ammo. It's got a long reload time, and it eats ammo. So ammo regen setups like that are great for guns like that. What war would you recommend for a tank build, boosting health and shields? What classes are you running, please? That'll affect my answer. Big dots. Love this build. It's so much fun. Claw and Grave. So Body Rune is going to give you a heal back on each kill. And it's also a bonus element that's going to apply to all of your damage. It applies to your companions as well. Body Rune would be a very strong pick there. Oh hey, Drill. Someone wanted to see this build versus Drill. Well, now you get to see it. I don't think I've used this against Drill before. It'll be tough getting my snake sticks. But one, I guess. Trying to use you to spawn snake sticks, but yeah, why do these ads do so much damage? These coil do way more damage than any of the other ones in the game. Kind of nutty. Does White Rider even have the range for this? Do we need to run out there? I think I need to run out there. Alright, we got this. We got this, chat. Okay, you healed a little bit. I got my from the shadows now. Should be okay. Come on, Contagion Chain, where are you at? Where are you? Oh, there we go. That's a small one. A bit of bad RNG here, but it's doing okay. Yeah, part of this is the awkwardness of not having my snake sticks available to help me. Gotta run out there again. Alright. Is that gonna take long enough? Yes, cool.
From beyond the veil.
We'll just run out there. If you have healing, which Graveborn has a lot of, thanks to this skill, Sanguine Sacrament, if you have a spell with a decent cooldown, you can just stand out there, and as long as you don't get hit by anything else, you can just kind of heal through it. If I had a spell with a shorter cooldown, I could just stay out there longer. This character's voice is so brutal to listen to. Would you say that it's toxic? Hey Joe, how you doing? Studying the various formulas on damage from documents, you know if there's an Excel file that helps in the calculations? I don't know if there's any calculator spreadsheets that have been done. That's probably not an unreasonable request, though. If you're in the Discord, maybe go in the curse testing channel and ask if anyone started on that kind of thing. Exclamation point Discord, if anyone is curious about that. We have an open, like, community theory crafting channel. Any weird mechanical questions you got, or any questions about, if there's any graphs or resources of that nature, we got you covered with all that over there. But I don't know of any existing spreadsheets, though those kinds of things did eventually get made for BL3, and I know some community members who would be likely to do that kind of thing. So, yeah. Sorry, long-winded answer. You can go on the water? Yeah, it doesn't insta-kill you, unless you're running a Deathless. So it goes directly to your health, so if you only have 1 health, yeah, you die. But as long as you have enough healing, and you don't stay, like, stood on there, and let it tick super fast, like that, you can just go around bunny hopping and kind of healing through the majority of it. Like, I'm healing while I'm not on the ground. The more healing you have, the longer you can stay out there. I was using a Deathless, yep, that'd be it. That would be it. There's a few areas of the game that use that sort of purple goop stuff, and Deathless builds struggle there. The Maker has a couple attacks that do that kind of damage. Banshee does. Drill does. I think there was a Dragonlord as well. That's the other one. Lamp. Use a sniper that shoots the orb in its other mode. Can't remember the name. Drill's Fury. I love that gun. I've used it extensively. I'm a big fan of that gun, please. I think it's very good, both to shoot as a traditional gun and also for its legendary effects in mobbing. Very good. For a Spellshot Clawbringer build, which would be better on a Spellblade, Warrior or Echo? It kind of depends on how often you're meleeing, Dag. If you're doing a lot of damage through other sources and meleeing infrequently, then Echo would be a huge additional outlet for your damage. Or, sorry, it'd be a huge additional source of damage, whereas Warrior would increase your other things. So, like, you could use Warrior to increase your hammer throw, I suppose. But Echo would be nice, let's say you used a spell to kill something, and then there's another enemy, and you want to get your spell crit chance from the Spellblade up, you just go tap them on your way by, and if you have enough damage stacked up, then Echo would deliver it. Melee infrequently? I'd probably say Echo, though. You tried any armor with the soak stat? It's amazing. Yeah, the soaked debuff is really interesting and definitely powerful. Sorry to step away. What are you farming for now? I'm going for rocket launchers with decent dot values that I can do dot stuff with. 1172. If this was If this was Poison Element, I'd take it, but I'm still interested in this. Because that's,
I hate you.
it's a lot of potential dot stuff. Yeah, launchers are good for status effect stuff. They have very high values. Look at that one. Over 1k. Blue Cake over 2k. Do Blue Cake? I have some on other characters, but yeah, here's one right here. Cannonballer over 3k? That's only at Chaotic, and it's over 3k. Maybe rockets are meant to be dot weapons? Maybe. Just so you guys have a reference point on how impactful a 3k dot is, this 707 dot from this White Rider is able to kill enemies by itself. So, like, yeah. I'm being a little picky about which ones I pick up because I have limited inventory space. Hang on, this ×4 Skulldugger launcher. That's what, the 4 Sawblade kind? Maybe I'll look for those. It's 30% chance to do 3k damage every second for 5 seconds, or 3k damage over 5 seconds. It's per second. So the dot will have a base of that per second. And then that dot gets status effect damage boosts, you know, etc., etc. If you amped the rocket, then the dot will scale up proportionally to that. Nothing worth picking up here that I can see right now. That's pretty high for a cryo dot, actually. You don't see too many high cryo dots. Quite nonchalantly looking at Demi Laser. Ah! Hey, Bazooka dude, how you doing? My moon orbs have been capped for a while. I'm terrible about that. Because I just get so fixated on, like, I need more Chaos Chamber. Like, right now. More. Give me more. And I just forget to do smart things like roll for enchants. What am I going for on this cube? I'm going for status effect, damage, and duration, if I can get it. Need pixie rocket launchers? Please no.
Come on.
Please no. No thank you. Magic Barrel Hyperius Shotgun has 1.9k cryo dots. That's good. That's real good. Pixies get nerfed against Chaos 35, that's an excellent reason they should get nerfed, because if you are dependent on an item type that completely replaces the need for having a build, that undermines the concept of difficulty. It undermines the progression of the game, and this game's longevity is entirely in its chaos progression, and how efficiently you can do the highest difficulty. So, thank you for providing more evidence why Pixies should not be allowed to remain in their current state.
Should be interesting.
Lamp. The lamp's dying. I need it to actually be bright out, so I don't need it. It's been so dark lately. Our Pixie is so much more OP compared to BL3 TDRs. Better damage formula. So let's talk about guns. Regular gun like this, White Rider. You're looking at poison boosts, just elemental boosts, SMG, gun damage, crit damage if it crits. You know, that's what that gets. You take a Pixie, it's like, okay, I am also spell damage, companion damage. I can trigger things that trigger on spell damage, like Blast Gas, which gets ability damage. Just more things in the formula. So it's like how the difference between an elemental and a non-elemental gun, you know, you just get that extra potential formula piece in there, and it makes it so much more valuable. That's why. The game wasn't meant for casual players, then, I guess. Well, the thing about that, Marmaloot, is you're going onto the hardest difficulty, the hardest elective difficulty out of the 35. You go on to the 35th difficulty, and you think you shouldn't have to learn how to make a build for that? The entire concept of difficulty is that you need to make more meaningful choices, and you need to have a better grasp on the systems of the game in order to thrive on the higher difficulties. Now, you can get through without learning these things, but if you want to get through efficiently, you should have to learn. That applies to any game ever. That's why there's not only one slider that has 35 difficulty levels, there's another one with 3 more ways to modify your difficulty on top of that. So, like, if you want to play casually, don't go to option 35. There is perhaps 34 other ones that might suit you better. And there is additionally the menu here. Here you go, gameplay, difficulty. I'm playing on intense because I want more of a challenge. If I did not want that, I could lower it to relaxed, where players deal more damage, enemies deal less, elemental matchups matter less. You don't need to know as much about the game to succeed here. Balanced, where it's neutral. Intense, where it puts penalties on me. Magic Gearbox implemented gear requirements like Destiny Fish Stretch 2 could help. I don't see that going well in any capacity, I'm gonna be honest. And like, C-35 is still clearable in this game without having weapons equipped. It's clearable with all blue gear. It just... The more weird you get with your methods of clearing, the more game knowledge you need. It is not particularly skill intensive. It is just time. Investment. Nothing you see me do here on my stream is some god gamer shit. Like, I am not particularly skilled. I just play a lot, and I put a lot of time into learning the theory and the mechanics behind the game. That's all. I guarantee most of you here in the chat are better gamers than I am. Guarantee it. I just study, that's all. Hate the Buffmeister as much as Lazy does? Probably more pickups. Probably more. Lazy's a bit more, diplomatic about it. I'm not. Oh, there's a command? There is. It's right there, Pico. Yeah, Night Poppy is slow. Lamp, thank you. Being a good gamer isn't only about mechanical skill. That's true, but talking about mechanical skill, I'm not anything impressive there. Just, I put in a lot of playtime. That's all. You guys can do everything that I do. There is no threshold of performance here. It's just knowledge, which you can get with time. Don't jump in the deep end before you learn how to swim. Exactly. Not saying it's perfect design to stop people from jumping into the hardest content and complaining it's too hard. Well, people already can't jump into the hardest content, Loki Legend. because you need to earn your chaos levels. You physically can't do Chaos 35 without having gone through 1 through 34 individually. Well, now, as of the 35 increase, if you start a new one, anything going up to 20, you go up by 2s, but after 20, it's individual. So they already implemented something for that. As or not, I'd find it boring if I couldn't get to the hardest levels. It's fun grinding Chaos level 20 forever. You don't have to. You can, like, use all of the literal thousands of items in the game and try them out in different combinations to progress. This isn't Tiny Tina's Pixie Lands. Like, there are other things. And as you can see with the gameplay on the screen in front of you, I'm not using that and I'm just fine. Have you considered trying something else? If you feel you're so reliant on one thing. I'm trying to drop this item. UI moment. There we go. I go back and play the levels that are skipped 1 to 20. Yeah, I'll probably do that next time I level a character. What do you plan to do once you get to C35 that you can't do at C20? That's a good question. Lamp? Why does it listen to me? I would open those curtains behind me, but it probably shined like directly into the camera and flashbang you guys, so maybe not. I'm 35? Yes, and you're on Chaos 35 saying that the only thing that'll work for you is pixies. Have you tried experimenting with other things? Because if your rationale for saying pixies shouldn't be toned down is that you cannot exist on your current difficulty level of choice without them, then that is a you issue. That is not a, there's nothing good to pixies. That is very compelling evidence that having one thing that is so easy to access and so ridiculously powerful with little to no game knowledge or effort suppresses community creativity. That is why things like Pixies and the Buffmeister are a problem. Because you get people who are absolutely convinced that they need them when they don't. Soulshot build works fine without Pixies? Then why did you come in here and make the assertion that Pixies needed to stay as they are because your build wouldn't work without them? Why would you say that? Were you exaggerating then, or are you exaggerating now? Yo, Mr. Adblock, thanks for gifting the Ken, I appreciate it. 258 in the channel, you're a fucking legend. Thank you. More of a sarcastic joke? I get you. That kind of stuff doesn't translate well over text sometimes, so my apologies for misunderstanding. It is a very common thing I see, so if you were not in that category, I apologize for lumping you in with those people. For early Chaos levels, is better farm bosses or chambers? Haven't been able to play much recently. It depends on what you're going for, specifically Skyward. So, like, if you want one item in particular, like something very specific, like if I wanted just a White Rider, then I would want to go after Son of a Witch specifically, or I suppose Wastard. I don't know what he's called when you farm him outside of the chamber, but post-story, you know, you get the guy I'm talking about. Now, currently, until tomorrow, he's in the featured run. And bosses that are in the featured run have better drop rates on their dedicated drops. So currently, Droll and Son of a Witch have much higher chances to drop their stuff. Droll drops the Gluttony and the Donkey. Son of a Witch drops the Spellblade and the White Rider. So in this particular case, if I wanted any of those items, I'd go into the featured run. But let's say I wanted... I don't know, let's say I wanted a Snake Stick, or no, better example, because I know this enemy better. Let's say I wanted a Twin Soul. Well, Twin Soul, dedicated source, is Nightmare. I would more likely go to the actual boss so I get more attempts at getting the drop, because otherwise, if I was going to do the chamber, I'd have to go through a run, and then at the end, with my crystals, I'd have to hit the melee bunny. And then that's how you get more items in general. Chaos Chambers give you large quantities of loot, but it's unspecified. If you want a particular item, if you want to go down your checklist, it's still more efficient to go to the actual sources, unless that enemy is in one of the featured runs, at which point, then you go Chaos Chamber, because then you get both. You get the bunnies, and you get the source farm. That all makes sense? That was very wordy there. So I have no friends. Yeah, you can have some in the Discord. We got lots of cool people for you to interact with and learn more about the game. Lots of cool resources in there too. If you like digging into the theory behind these kinds of games the same way a lot of us here do. Thank you, you're very welcome. I now speak secular blasphemy. I've never played any co-op mode in any Lands game. I'm gonna say something similar to you, Bazooka Dude. I have not truly enjoyed co-op in a Lands game until this one. There have been moments with Borderlands 3 where playing with you guys on stream, I had a good time. There's a couple times I would team up and do some Circles of Slaughter or Proving Grounds with friends, very sporadically. But until Chaos Chambers in this game, I didn't find Lands co-op particularly enjoyable. It just wasn't for me. I'm more of a solo player as well. No, Mr. Adblock, thanks for taking care of Skyward as well. 259, you're a mad lad. Thank you so much. Lamp. Spore1 Berserker main. I'm fine at C35, no Pixie, no Buffmeister. It's completely doable. You have to work hard and grind to feel value and satisfaction from that. People, you can do it, I promise. Take it slow if you need to and get the gear you need. That's good advice. Taking it slow and gearing up is much more feasible in this game systems because it's not like OP levels or Mayhem levels where you go up one level and then everything you have is under-leveled. It's not like that. The bracket system of 1 through 19, your best roll is chaotic, and then 20 through 34, your best roll is volatile, etc. That keeps it much more structured in a way where your gear doesn't fall behind. So you can take it slow and farm, and something you get at the beginning can still be very useful hundreds of hours down the line. Unlike previous games. Both BL2 and BL3 had this problem. Wonderlands does not have that problem. Oh, Arms Race, you can count that? Oh, co-op Arms Race was cool. I kind of mentally didn't count that, Goat, because I guess I separated it out without realizing. Arms Race was good. I enjoyed co-op Arms Race. It's built on your Discord? Not yet, but there's a command for it. What was the command? What was the command? There's a command that shows the skill tree and stuff, just me quickly going over it. But I'll probably be making a video, and there it is, Poison Build. Thank you, Dex. I'll probably be making a video and maybe distributing the save once I'm more happy with it. One thing they got right is you can run Chaos Chamber over and over without disbanding the party. Yes. Yes, that's a very big, very welcome change. I'll help my stepson out with his character soon, though, so I guess I'll find out. Oh, that sounds fun. That sounds wholesome. Not good RNG. We didn't get the mega dot. We just got a bunch of okay dots. It's not the same. See, Son of Witch isn't too much of a problem. You can just kind of lightly strafe past his skulls and it's fine. Hey Hazel, how you doing? Fun interaction we discovered today. We've been playing with the poison build from yesterday. Did a bit of the flak imitation build earlier in the stream as well. But a lot of today has just been chit-chatting with the community. Conversation's been good today. And using this poison build. We managed to hit a almost 200 million damage on this boss with this build. We had a simultaneous dot tick of... I still have the clip open, let me look at the numbers. It was 158 mil and 39 mil ticks together against Son of a Witch. So dots can scale up very, very nicely with a bit of hard work. I'm just gonna test it later. Ooh, have fun. Sounds good. One thing I wish they would change about co-op is the stats at the end. Wife and I want to see who does more damage separately or with different items. It only shows total overall. Ah, I didn't know that. Yeah, it would be nice to see that individually. Yeah, I could definitely see the value of that. Kind of like if you played Outriders, that end stat screen. I like that. On Expeditions. Sedimus Morning sounds like a good day. 200 million impressive. Yeah, Contagion is super strong. It's the linchpin of this build. Oh, here's a Fate Breaker. We were talking about this earlier. This is totally the Sword of Souls. Yeah, this is the Sword of Souls. Cool. Rocket launchers. That's what I'm rolling. Yes, forgot already. Almost missed my mouth. It's proof I need more caffeine. It's got a primordial body room from Blue. Be happy now. Let's go. Did it have any augments loading? Comprehensive damage report could be cool. Yeah, I'd like that. You know, they made good steps with the end screen, but refinement would be appreciated. Kingdom Hearts key weapon. This is a good enchant. You recommend a good sniper? Sure. What kind of situation are you going for? Well, while you answer that, the Sawmill is the highest DPS weapon in the entire game, and it is a sniper rifle. The Carouser is very, very, very good. The Drill's Fury is also pretty good. I really love the used antique great bow with a bit of investment, can be very satisfying, and the regular great bow, the unused one, is the highest card damage weapon in the entire game, but you only get it for one shot. It's really hard to go wrong with unique snipers. The Envy is kind of okay, and the Skeet Prod is okay, edging towards not so good, but all the snipers are at least okay. The Sawmill is definitely top of the pack, though. You need to have a lot of ammo regen and mag size to get extended use out of it, but if you want one target really dead really fast, Sawmill. If you want to just use a sniper as your primary weapon over time, Carouser. Hey, Mr. Adblock, thanks for taking care of Inspired by Green. 260, rounding off the number. Thank you so much. Volatile Boot Knocker at ×2. That's a lot of damage. 2 ammo per shot with the 2 mag, though. Could do better. Those can get up to ×4 for that ammo cost. I don't think I've gotten any... You know, I was just thinking, I haven't gotten any Primordial launchers, and then I see this in the pile. Primordial Blue Cake, almost 5,000 damage. Well, I have to take that. It's a ×3 Volatile Launcher. 75 Sticky Malt, 2 mag. Is this 1 ammo per shot? This is totally 1 ammo per shot. Shame it's non-Ellie, but... That's 6 stickies with no mag size increases. That could be pretty good. Say you didn't have the gear to make this build, what order would you get them in? What's the most important parts? Most important bit, I would say, would be getting more points in Contagion from your armor is the biggest consistency boost. And a Pandemicium is like the second biggest consistency boost. So I'd say armor slot until you get a Grave Stabo Pandemicium. Don't worry about the passes on the bottom. You just want to get some amount of points in Contagion on a Pandemicium. Don't worry about it being volatile, chaotic, whatever. That part doesn't matter either. Just it could have any stats on it. Just points in Contagion and Pandemicium. That's like the big game changer that really starts to make this come together. Body runes are fairly easy to get, so you can just go with any one of those. Snake Stick with Caustic is going to be another big upgrade for the build. Poison is the best element here, but it doesn't have to be poison necessarily. White Riders are pretty easy to get, so ×2 White Rider. Again, it doesn't need to be primordial, just a ×2 White Rider. Rings are very just kind of throwaway. You can use whatever rings you like here. They're not very impactful in the build at all. And spells, you have a lot of options. So I'd say rings and spells are like last priority. It won't be too difficult to get amulets with either status effect, damage, or chance. Any combination of those two stats is desirable here. This is a double roll on status damage. Yeah, I'd say that'd be the order. Big gun go boom. Yeah, it's gonna shred? I hope so. There's a Purple Frost Dahlia Pistol Burst Fire variant I'm using called the Thorn of the Peak. The 21% crit weapon part with Spore Fuse happens to be one of my main guns. Base damage of 960, I believe. It's my substitute ever since Liquid Cooling for DPS. Experiment with purple guns if you need to. They're awesome. I've not used enough Purple Dahlia pistols. That's good advice, Wolf Booty. I should really do that. I've not given those the time of day, and now I'm going to. I'm going to keep an eye out. It's good advice. Flash your skill tree? Absolutely. Here it is. I'll leave it up while I go to the bathroom real quick. So, BRB. In a minute. Put it on BRB screen. You can still see that? Yeah. Okay, you can still see it. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Okay, let's go roll an enchant onto this blue cake. Haven't seen a body rune, got like 10 runes. Unlucky. Doing the raid bosses gets you, dedicated source of a body rune. Is it Gloop for that, or is Gloop Crossblade? One of them is the source of the body rune. I don't remember which. Or it might just be shared between them. Shows you how much I do dedicated farming. I just Chaos Chamber. I get to play more of the game, and I get my drops along the way. It's beautiful. It's a good enchant, just not for From the Shadows. It's also a good enchant. Not ideal for From the Shadows, but not bad either. No. Lamp. Stop giving me repeats. Ugh. well, it's absolutely not
Are you
being
prepared?
supported by the kit right
We'll
now.
see.
But let's shoot the blue cake a couple times, see how it does. Ooh. Ooh. That's a good dot. That was a pretty good dot. Standstill for extra dots. Oh yeah! Spirit Rune shit. You're so right. You're so right. It's so weird. Games are so weird. Hey, Alanper. Did you think if Gearbox made crystals carry over like the ones for DLC? What purpose would that serve? Other than reducing the amount of Chaos Chamber people play? Like, you can already get, with very little effort in a featured run, about 8,000 crystals. Does that need to carry over? I just don't see the appeal. Seems like a change for the sake of making a change rather than it being necessary. Definitely gonna try this out against Son of Witch. Definitely gonna try that. I should probably carry around an amp board for this as well. But no, then I lose the Spirit Rune thing. Can Spirit Rune get... Spirit Rune can get an amp part, can't it? Spell Radius. Nothing else noteworthy. Ow. Well, splash radius, go burn. I like this. This might get a permanent slot. The fly's just a strong starting dot. Hey David, how you doing? Good to see you. I like that. Need a better enchant on it. Top 3 favorite launchers in this game? The Blue Cake, the Mole Man, and the Cannonballer. Yeah. Build running today? The Poison build, Varky. We're doing our Poison shenanigans. We hit almost 200 mil on Son of Witch today. Feels good about that. Marshmallow. I haven't experimented with spells much today. I need to start keeping an eye out for spells again. So many good ones. Does Droll throw fish? He does. He does. Thought was to let them carry over low chaos levels, only average around 1500 crystals at any run. Sorry, say the question better. Nothing to be sorry about. So the thing with that is because it goes up through chaos levels, like the intention is to make it more profitable on the higher levels. Like, are you wanting to farm more gear at lower chaos levels from the chamber? Is that the idea? Because I'd say that would be a different solution. Because if you make crystals carry over to help the lower levels, it doesn't help them nearly as much as it helps the higher levels. And people just start hoarding resources, and then you end up with the Borderlands 3 money problem, where the currency is completely worthless because you just have functionally infinite. So I would say maybe instead of that kind of solution, just increase the crystals on low chaos tiers a bit. I don't think that would really hurt much. But I think a blanket mechanic change like that would hurt the rest of the game. It's not bad. So I think maybe my opener on Son of a Witch will be this blue cake now. We'll see how it goes. Enchantment-wise, what do I have on this one? Yeah, so my performance with that as an opener should actually be fine. I want a different enchantment, of course, but I think that should be fine. Spell to use on it? I use this one. It's a Consuming Eruption. It's got a big radius, it's got a singularity, self-cast, so it'll drop wherever I am when I cast it, and I can move away and it stays there, pulls everything in, and dots them all up. It's got 2 charges, decent cooldown, high dot value, and good status effect chance. Which is a very good spell. It does things like that. Go for that idea, maybe cap the bonus crystals at C20. Yeah, levels below C20, you just get an increase, and then anything C20 up unaffected. That seems fair. Good afternoon, hey Frujolio, how you doing? Just got my first time suit Gluttony with Daggerstorm. Think it might be love. Gluttony's such a good weapon. I do still want to make a more Gluttony-centric build. It gives you a damage buff to like its own damage when you're below half health. So I kind of want to do a deathless setup with that, so I always have the bonus. Maybe just shoot the Gluttony to be weird. I don't know. Something I've been thinking about. Heading out, Quag. Thanks for the stream and answer my questions for the rest of your day. Hey, my pleasure, Dag. You have a good rest of your day. I appreciate you being here, and I hope the day treats you well. That's a barrel. Autocorrect? Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. Is this dog gonna kill me? Nah, healing. We're good. Size, myth rank? I am not spending myth rank anymore. I am at 490. I stopped spending at 480. 480 is the point where I have every skill capped, and the ones that are uncapped, I have 20 points. I will never, ever, ever spend myth rank points beyond 480. Because at that point, myth rank starts to mean more and more to your overall build. Myth rank, if you continue to invest into it beyond that point, starts to get to a point where it is literally doing more than skill trees. So that's why I'm not spending any myth ranks beyond 480. So I'll get used to that new points available thing being in the middle of my screen, because it's never going away. And that's something to keep an eye out when you're consuming content, because you might see a build that's a super impressive boss melt, but if they don't show their myth rank, maybe be a little suspicious, because you can get more myth rank, you can get more stats from myth rank than, you know, the entire rest of your kit combined. So, like, grain of salt. No deaths after clear don't count. We know if a death gives you back ammo. After clear? That's a good question. That's a good question, Dex. I don't know. Idea: crystal carrots to feed to bunnies for increased luck. Yeah. I'd love to be able to put more crystals into the bunny at once, like more than 500. Maybe increase rates if you do so. Well, you know, I'm going to be changing my nickname soon, let you know the new one as soon as I change it. Okay, sounds good. Long way off 480, it's good to know. I'll be doing the same when I get there. Yeah, it's just a personal thing where I want my builds to succeed on merit, on what I made them do, on the interactions I put together, not the fact that I have, like, theoretically infinite stat boosts from a thing I can't turn off. That's just how I feel about Mythrank. That's not bad considering I forgot to set up my snake sticks. They're like super important here. See, like they're doing that. Yeah, I get the right enchantment on this. Maybe a amp ward for opening boss fights. This could work out well. Hey Nola, how you doing? Haven't had ammo shortage problems unless I'm running more than one of the same type of weapon. Right. The exception to that would be huge ammo hogging weapons like the sawmill, the skeet prod, launchers in general. You know, those will eat your ammo even if you're switching up a fair bit. Good bunny exactly 69 crystals to guarantee. Be funny if they implemented something like that. Huh, this is an interesting skill roll. 3 in Thralls, 2 in Dark Hydras. I don't really care for that on Amnesia, but it's still interesting. Hey, Volatile White Rider. Not ×2 though, so that can stay there. Quite a lot of snake damage. Snake sticks are really good in this setup. Really, really, really good. Get my snake stick up, sir. You're down terrible. Hate amnesias, when would they be useful? So I have a build where I use the selective amnesia dot to keep my ward broken for last gasp ammo regen. If you use the Graveborn's action skills, both of them count as dealing self-damage. The amnesia triggers on any form of damage received, including self-damage. So, having Reaper of Bones on keeps amnesia's effect constantly triggering. You get not only a movement speed boost, but a damage boost while amnesia's effect is on. And if you are constantly on fire, your shield, your ward, cannot recover, meaning you can keep it broken without being a spell shot. So I use that on a big ammo sawmill setup, and I just run around keeping up Reaper of Bones as much as possible with an infinite ammo sawmill. It's a good time. Amnesia's good. It's one of those things you build around. Give a bunny 1 crystal, didn't get anything special unfortunately. I gave it 12 and it just didn't do anything. It literally did not do anything. You have to... Does it get stuck and you have to punch it out? I've never done that before, so that's new to me. Yeah, it gets stuck and you have to... It's kind of funny. It's like, just come back later. We all know 420 crystals gives you Wizard's Pipe. Again, that'd be funny. Dry heaves. Ugh. Big Boy Rocket at Volatile is 10k card damage. So what if we got a Big Boy Rocket in an element and used that to apply dots? That sounds pretty good. Yes, Kevin, you are a cat. Hi. Lamp, turn back on, right now. Thank you. Thinking. Big boys can't apply dots? Oh, I'm sure that was like one of the first things you tested too. I'm sad. I'm crying in the club. Not a great haul this run. Someone had to code that. Dev time could have been put UI improvements. No, that's not how it works. But need you cheating in this game? But we don't though, Nola. But we don't though. Please no. And like, honestly, this isn't far off. Alchemical Agent is not far off. Gotta go now, man. Take care and thanks for the help. Another great stream. Happy to have you, Fleece. You have a great rest of your day. I'll probably do one more run here for the stream. You know, this was productive gear farming. I got a couple ideas for things I want to pursue. Chaos Chamber is honestly like meditation for me. I just have my best ideas while I'm in here. I see a random drop, like, oh hey, I could do something with that. Lamb. Thank you. Get him, Snake Stick. Can't see him, but you're doing a great job. Oh, did it get away? Sad. Yeah, those loot enemies are an annoyance. Favorite enemy death voice is everything's beautiful and nothing hurt. Huh. Cat? Why are you being so cat? Hey Amber, question. You say in a past stream, Harvest is bugged? If so, what about it doesn't work properly? It stacks if you enter a portal with it on. So you get potentially infinitely stacking, ever-increasing amounts of dark magic bonus elements on anything that counts as a companion. So that is why I avoid Harvest. I keep forgetting to do it, but I'm gonna spec out a Dread Covenant on this build as well. Another beneficial bug I don't want. Feels unfortunate. Yeah, especially because I want to do some Wyvern stuff with Graveborn. Clawbringer Wyvern, Graveborn skill tree shenanigans. But, like, I don't want Harvest bug, so it's just kind of sitting there in the back burner. I thought it was Dark Harvest. There's a lot of dark stuff in Graveborn too. Good second class for Spell Shot. A lot of people go Graveborn, Daniel. Graveborn has the second most boost to spell and spell synergistic things in general in the tree, behind Spell Shot. Too much League. That was a 200 million on Droll. I saw 200. 200 million. Spellshot the one where you go invisible? No. Stabomancer is the one where you go invisible. Spellshot is the one with the spells. Kyler, you got it wrong too. Clawbringer? No, it's not Clawbringer. Clawbringer is the one with the hammer. Clawbringer is the one with the hammer. Stabbo is the one that goes invisible. Spellshot is the one that spells things. You're just casually ignoring a volatile gluttony. I have a lot of gluttonies and White Riders stored up of Ari from doing the featured run this week. So it's unlikely that they're better than anything I have already. Understandable, Dex. Understandable. Thank you for Holio. Let me see if I can get the number. Just make sure I'm right. Because I saw 200. Yeah, I see it. 204 mil. Let's go. Is times 3 or times 4 preferred on auto magic? I personally prefer times 3 fusion. Because less frequent reloading. The biggest thing with the auto magic is it's great until you're reloading, and then the reload animation is kind of long. You have to do it kind of frequently. Times 3 cuts down on the downsides. Prefer times 3 because of that. I haven't got tested a good old donkey yet. You can get a times 2 primordial donkey with the damage saw blades, not the melee damage, the other one. It can perform okay. It's just very middle of the road. It's like not bad, but it's not good either. Farming bunnies for over a week, gave up on Livewire, finally got to drop some random badass no side quests, hadn't done yet. It's the game's desire sensor. This game, I swear, yeah, it really do be like that. Hey Boom, how you doing? Not fantastic RNG, but Snake Stick go burr. Alright, how about yourself? Doing great. This build's coming along great. It's a dot companion build. And we had a 204 million dot tick today. And we're also showing Snake Stick supremacy. Get him, Snake Stick. There you go. Good job, buddy. Proud of you. Mr. Worldwide. Yes, sir. Like the sound of this build? It's a good time. It's a good time. Do I want a joint training here? So, like, joint training would improve my consistency on Snake Stick applying Alchemical Agent. It'd give me a little damage too, but I would lose Theurge, which would mean longer action skill cooldowns. Lamp. Thank you. You hear the word donkey without hearing Gordon Ramsay? Yeah, Spazooka, dude. I hear it in Gordon Ramsay voice. A lot of people hear it in Shrek voice, but you and I, we're built different. We hear it in Gordon voice. Thank you. Thank you for being you. I love Lamp. I don't. Lamp is giving me shit today. Internet high five, my dude. Alright, here we go. 1, 2, 3. There we go. I'm hoping for some primordial poison caustic snake sticks in here. You know, it'd be a really nice game if you gave me that. Oh, she was called Crackhead Toad. Do you have the taunt skill, Mr. Meow? Because then it could just be post-Chipotle Toad. Volatile Banshee. Ooh. It's got an element. I'll take that. Salute look now. Same as everyone's base who's not wearing loot luck gear. At Chaos 35, level 40, with all dice and the shrine, you're looking at 40,046. If you have less than that, you are missing something. If you have more than that, you are using either the ward enchant or a loot luck passive on amulet, or some combination of the two. Item naming this game is just entertaining. It is. Fungas. Saw someone get like 60k before. Yeah, you can get that by putting on. There's a an enchantment that only rolls in the ward slot that gives 25% more, and then on amulet slot you can get 1 or 2 passives. So a primordial double luck rolled amulet. I think that's like 40 something percent. It's like 40 something percent. Trying to make Ghostblade build feel weak with it. Ghostblade's kind of tough to figure out. You can absolutely get it to do stuff, but it's kind of just like weaker Dreadwind. The only difference being, obviously it's on a different class, but it can hit targets that Dreadwind can't. I'm not a huge fan of Ghostblade personally, Mr. Meow. I'll probably circle around to making a build fit eventually, but I don't like it much either. Not to say it can't be used, because lots of people found success with it. It's just I would personally rather use other things, is all. It's just my preference. But yeah, I think it's a good time to call it. So, with this build, we hit 200 million dot ticks, which just felt nice. I might mess around with more, just like increasing the weight of the companion stuff in here. Because I really enjoy this melee weapon. These Hydras are quite good, and I might mess around with various other things with them. So yeah, maybe more on that tomorrow. Tomorrow is Thursday, right? So possible hotfix tomorrow. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens. Raid message. I'll think of a raid message, but let's find something for us to go. Just want to thank you guys again for hanging out. This was a great time today. Good stream, good company, good conversation. If you're new here, I am live 6 days a week. Every day except Sunday, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. And I'd love to see you again sometime. Let's see, Dame's playing Rogue Legacy, Pascaroni's on Wonderlands. Lazy's on Wonderlands, Alex on Wonderlands. Last time I raided Alec, I kept his stream going longer than he wanted to go, so... Let's go to Lazy. Quick, easy, simple. So I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Walk slow, carry a big snake stick. You know what, Dex? I like that enough. That's the raid message. Isn't it walk softly? Isn't that the saying? You know what, let's simplify it. Let's go big snake stick. Big snake stick. Copy that. Thank you guys again. I appreciate it. I know I go on a lot about that, but it's important to me that you guys, as my community, know that that your support means a lot to me. So spam that big snake stick. We're gonna. That sounds bad saying it fast. We're gonna go say hi to Lazy. He's doing similar kind of build science, high chaos level, you know, high effort stuff. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and thank you again. Bye bye.